thing. Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody tuning in both on YouTube and on TikTok. It is so good to have you all in here with us for the day. As per usual, today we are going to be debating Americans that support Trump as president, trying to figure out why and hopefully trying to change their mind in the process. If you know anything about me at all, then you know that I think that Donald Trump is the worst president in modern American history. And what he is doing to America today is not just despicable, but unconstitutional and actively eroding the core foundational values of this country, including the rule of law, democracy, and the Constitution in of itself. But before we hop into the debates today, I want to go over some of the pressing news that we are having handed down to us by the Trump administration. Donald Trump is actively working us towards a martial law type state. He has deployed the U.S. military, weaponizing them for his own political purposes in Memphis, Washington, D.C., and as of today, Portland, Oregon, and Chicago. All right, guys? And he is also ordering them to actively arrest people that they see burning the American flag. That's illegal, okay? So unless the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment is invoked, the military cannot act as law enforcement. They can't make arrests. So him telling them to make arrests is a violation of federal law. Not to mention that what he's telling them to make arrests for, which is burning the American flag, is constitutionally protected under the First Amendment. It's classified as symbolic speech as an extension of free speech, and that came down from a SCOTUS ruling in 1989, I believe, which was the Texas v. Johnson case. Right? So he's telling the military to arrest people, illegal, violating federal law, and what he's telling them to arrest people for, which is burning the American flag, is unconstitutional, as that is a constitutionally protected behavior. And that's not the only legal drama we see going on with the Trump administration today. Last night, we had a federal judge who was appointed by Trump reject his ruling, I guess we'll use another term because Trump's not our ruler, he's our president. We saw a federal judge that Trump appointed reject his attempt to deploy the Oregon National Guard inside of Portland. In fact, the federal judge that denied that ruling even took it a step further, arguing that if she allowed that ruling, if she allowed the authorization of the Oregon National Guard to be deployed in Portland per the White House's command, that America would be one step closer to a martial law type state. And the sad part is, well, then the White House responded by authorizing and ordering the California National Guard to go into Portland instead, right? Circumventing that federal judge's ruling. So just another day of lawlessness, another day of a disregard of law and order, the American Constitution, and another day of coming one step closer to a authoritarian state where the government is using the military to get what they want for political persuasion within the masses, right? And let's not forget that last week, Donald Trump also said that the real enemy is the enemy from within, and that this is a war from within, in reference to him deploying the National Guard and other federal agencies in so many of our cities to fight and go against American citizens. But that is the news of the day. I had to get that one off my chest because I think it is despicable, I think it's evil, I think it's grotesque, and I think it is so anti-American to its core. But now we're going to go ahead and hop into the debate. So if you are watching and you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, go ahead and hop in that queue for me over on TikTok and we'll get you up here. In fact, I would like our very first conversation of the day to be about all of these updates surrounding the Trump administration and their illegal orders to the National Guard to arrest people for things that are constitutionally protected, and just the declaration of war on American citizens made by Trump. That's what I want to talk about for a first conversation here. So if you're one of the 6.2 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok and you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, go ahead and hop in that queue for me. And if you are not an American adult that supports Trump as president and you're here along for the ride, you want to listen in to some conversations, go ahead and double tap on that phone screen for me. So hopefully this live can send out to more people. But let's go and get that very first guest up of the day. We got Buck loading in. And while Buck is loading in, Renee, I'd like to thank you for the second donation of the stream with the $5 over on Venmo saying WD, and appreciate that, Renee. And Jolie with the very first donation of the stream with the $5 in Venmo as well, saying thank you for mentioning Memphis. Yeah, man, we all need to be talking about Memphis, Portland. We need to be talking about DC. We need to be talking about Chicago. Everybody needs to be mentioning these cities and what Donald Trump is doing within them. What's up, Buck? Do you support Trump?
What up, man? Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
The Jews are listening. Be careful.
Okay, and the first thing, he says something about Jewish individuals, so we're just going to go to kick him and move on to the next guest. We got Angel loaded up in the box. Make sure, once again, that you're only in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. What's up, Angel? Do you support Trump?
What's good, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man? Are you MAGA? You are.
No, absolutely not, man. I did vote for him.
All right. Unfortunately, I'm going to remove you just if you don't support Trump anymore. I'm happy to hear that you've had your mind changed in the last 8 months, man, but we are just looking for people that are actively Trump supporters, folks. So if you're watching the live, just make sure that means that you're an active Trump supporter if you find yourself in the queue. What's up, Braden? Do you support Trump?
What's up? What's up, Dan? Yes.
All right. You're MAGA. How old are you?
I'm 24.
All right, Braden. Well, I want to ask you about everything that we spent the opening of this live discussing to do with Donald Trump's declaration of war on American citizens and now deploying the military against American citizens in cities like Memphis, in cities like Portland, Oregon, places like Washington, D.C. and Chicago, and actively ordering them to engage in law enforcement duties, such as arresting protesters that are burning the American flag when it's federally illegal for them to make arrests, and burning the American flag is constitutionally protected. How can you support a regime of a presidency that has no care or respect for the law and is actively inching America one step closer to a martial law type state nearly every single day?
Well, he's deploying them for criminals. Like it's not just against the American people like you're making it sound. You're making it sound like he's deploying it against just regular citizens like me and you. That's not what he's doing.
Okay, who's he deploying them against?
Criminals. There's big gangs in Chicago.
Criminals?
That's the whole point.
So he's deploying them against American citizens that are criminals? So he's declaring war on
against
American
gangs.
citizens.
It's just the same as him blowing up these boats that are carrying drugs into the U.S. I mean, it's just
so actually
the
it's
enemy
not.
from within.
So actually it's not, and the fact that you think it is astounding. So you think if Donald Trump wanted to, he would have the right to drop bombs on Chicago to kill people in gangs.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, you just said it was the same thing as blowing up the boats carrying the DRUGS in the Atlantic Ocean, and that's what he did to them. So are you arguing that you'd be in support and you'd say it's okay for him to drop bombs on people that he calls criminals inside of American cities such as Chicago?
No, don't gaslight me, man. Come on.
I'm not gaslighting you. You're the one that made the comparison. And a question that I have for you is, assuming everybody that, the National Guard and the military are focusing on in these cities are criminals, what are they going to do to the criminals? They don't have the legal ability to function as law enforcement agencies. They can't make arrests. That's illegal. So what are they going to do to the criminals? Are they going to just shoot them and kill them without due process? What is the goal of these agencies? What are they doing?
The way I understand it is to take gangs out of the cities. That's how I understand.
So they're going to arrest them, right? Because that would require an arrest, correct?
I mean, that sounds like it's what would happen.
All right.
Which I guess would be illegal.
And that is illegal. They're making that what? A crime. Right? So are you arguing here that Donald Trump is ignoring federal law and commanding our military to break the law and commit a crime in the illegal detention and arrest of American citizens? And you're okay with this because you think that those in which are being illegally arrested and detained by these individuals that do not have the legal right to function as law enforcement officers are because they broke the law first?
Well, see, it's tough. It's tough. Well, okay, let me ask you. You say that he's using it as a weapon for political purposes. Like, how is he
I think he's doing it for
political
power. I think he's absolutely doing it for power because I don't think he cares about crime as you suggested. I mean, you're telling me, oh, they're criminals. So they're criminals. What did he do and how did he respond to the criminals that tried to kill police officers on the steps of our Capitol on January 6, 2021? He gave them full presidential pardons and labeled them as patriots.
I think those were people that were wrongfully arrested on it, though.
Well, that's not true. One man that he
Like
gave a full presidential pardon to.
like I agree. Like I'm totally Trump supporter, but I agree
clarify.
with the.
Let me clarify here how you're wrong, because you just said he pardoned people that were wrongfully arrested. Explain to me how, for instance, one of the individuals that he pardoned, whose name is DJ Rodriguez, was wrongfully arrested when he was caught on Officer Fanone's body camera driving a stun gun into his neck, and then Officer Fanone left that situation experiencing PTSD and a heart attack that he had to go to the hospital for, and then the FBI got a hold of Officer Fanone's body camera, identified the individual who drove the stun gun into his neck as DJ Rodriguez, then arrested DJ, then DJ pled guilty to the FBI and was sentenced to 12 years. And then Donald Trump gave him a full presidential pardon. You argued that the only individuals he pardoned were those that were wrongfully arrested. Explain to me how a man who admitted that he was guilty of what he was accused of was wrongfully arrested.
Okay, I guess I didn't see that story though. Where did that story come from?
That came from court documents. That came from the FBI. That came from multiple media publishers simply publishing on these court documents the arrests and convictions surrounding January 6th, and of course the presidential pardons that were extended by Trump to him and many, many others to his first day in office, right? But I think what I'm saying here, it goes to show that Donald Trump doesn't really care about violent crime, or else he wouldn't have extended those full and complete presidential pardons, which I think proves that him directing the National Guard to these cities isn't about stomping out crime. It's about an exertion of power and control. And the fact that he's ordering these military members to commit crimes in the process by arresting citizens, which is something they legally cannot do, only further proves that I'm right here.
Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that. Good point.
Right. I appreciate you for that. That is incredibly kind of you, right? And now that you've
Yeah.
given me that point, I want to ask you, well, where do you stand and how can you still support Trump as president? Because this isn't like a small point. This isn't like a minuscule concession that you're making about your views on American politics in support of Trump. This is a massive concession, which, at least in my mind, should completely shift your mindset insofar as how you view the president, because it demonstrates that he is antithetical to what I would consider to be presidential, and is rather a wannabe authoritarian leader who has a disregard for the rule of law, doesn't care about federal law nor the Constitution, and is actively deploying our own military against our citizens as an exertion of power and control. I would say this is a president that should be kicked out of the White House immediately. If not for any other reason, this reason is sufficient. Would you like to respond? Would you like to respond? He's coming in and out of the app. I appreciate you for that, Galaxy. That's very kind of you. I think he left. Oh, you're back. Are you?
Hello?
Welcome back.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, dude. All right. I just missed like a full 2 minutes.
You didn't miss anything. I stopped talking before you went silent. So do you want to respond to the last thing I said?
I didn't hear. I heard only part of it. I really did.
So what was the last thing you caught?
Basically, he's a piece of shit.
Well, what's your counter argument here? Because I guess we could sum it up to that statement.
On the fact that he's a piece of shit, I don't think he's a piece of shit.
Thank you for the motorcycle. Okay, so you just disagree.
I disagree.
All
How
right.
about that?
So out of the specific facts that I shared, which ones do you disagree with?
Because you're sitting here saying he should be tossed out. Okay, that's the last thing I heard. He should be tossed out.
So you did hear me. You heard every word that I said. Because
I did not hear it. No,
that was the end part of
that.
my statement. That was the end part of my statement. You heard everything that I said, and you just tried to lie to me and everyone watching, arguing that you didn't.
No, I just. Okay, if that floats your boat, Dean.
Would you like to respond? Because me saying that he should be tossed out of the White House for this reason was the last statement that left my mouth before I stopped talking. So you heard it
Oh,
all.
okay.
How would you like to respond to what I had to say?
Well, I mean, I don't think he should not be talking. I think he's doing a good thing. Now, before you harp on me, like I said, like I really think it's just for gangs. Like I don't like you keep saying like it's such a. Granted, it is illegal, but like is he doing a bad thing? I mean, if he's getting rid of straight up criminals, come on, man. People running, these are rapists. These are, they're pushing drugs into our cities. They're killing people. So that's why he calls it the criminals from within.
Can you point me towards like any specific gang members that I mean the National Guard has
That okay,
arrested in any of these
okay.
cities
I'm
so
quoting
far?
Trump here. I'm quoting Trump.
Well, I mean, I'm just like curious. I want to know, right? Like, what are we actually seeing in these cities? Like, because
That's a good
when I'm
point.
looking at like Chicago right
'Cause
now,
he does.
when I'm looking at Portland right now, when I'm looking at for instance, Memphis right now, I'm not hearing about the National Guard finding rapists and throwing them in the backs of vans to go to prison. I'm hearing about the National Guard protecting ICE to go into apartment complexes, rip naked children out of their
What?
beds, and then throw them into the backs of vans, right? That's
So
something that
you
happened 3 nights ago in a Chicago neighborhood, right? I'm hearing about the National Guard deploying things such as, what do you call it? Pepper spray on random citizens protesting the streets. And as of this morning, also pepper spraying local cops of the Chicago Police Department, right? Chicago cops are not violent gang members that are bringing DRUGS into the country, but they are the ones that are catching the brunt of the National Guard so far, right? I just see them stirring up chaos. I see them sparking protests, and I see them bullying and berating citizens and local cops alike. And I also see them protecting agencies such as ICE that are doing incredibly immoral things, such as the ones that I already suggested, right? So I just fail to see your view here. And by the way, if you would support our military illegally arresting rapists off of the streets of America because of how bad you think rape is, then why the hell did you elect to put a rapist in the Oval Office in November of last year?
Well, okay. Holy shit, man.
Can you answer my question? It's civil court determined that he raped E. Jean Carroll in the 90s. A unanimous jury of 9 determined that he raped a woman, right? So if you support militarizing our streets, tossing out law and order and giving the
Okay,
president the
let me
keys
ask
to
you
the
a question
kingdom
then.
to be a wannabe dictator so they could like illegally get rapists off of the streets, it demonstrates that you really care about grape, right? So why do you support a rapist as president? I want you to answer my question before you ask me anything further.
Well, okay. I mean, like, how does I'm gonna ask you just because, like, I genuinely don't know. Like, how if he's, charged with that, how in the hell is he president? I mean, seriously, no, seriously.
Because you voted for him? Millions of people
Sure,
like you
but
voted
how
for him?
how can
That's
he?
why. That's how.
If a felon can't vote, how can he be president? Like, that's what I don't understand.
Because the constitutional provisions on who can and can't be president fall down to being American born, 35 years or older, and not insurrecting the government. Now, it sounds like in asking that question, if a felon can't vote, then how could a felon be president? That you would be seemingly flabbergasted by the true notion that a felon can be president. So do you disagree with that? Do you think that felons shouldn't be able to become president?
Yes,
Okay. Well, Trump's a felon, so you're telling us
I
that
know.
Trump
That's what I'm
shouldn't be able to
saying.
become president.
That's my point. That's my point. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
It's like how did it happen?
So you're unsure.
make-
So I just want to clarify. You don't think that felons should be able to be president, and you're unsure
No.
if Trump is a felon or not.
Well, I mean, like obviously it's on paper, but did he really do it? Is the thing.
Yeah, he was found guilty for his felonies by a unanimous jury of 12 inside of a criminal court. He's a felon. Can we agree?
Right. I agree. I agree
Okay,
with that.
so you agree that Trump is a felon, and you agree that felons shouldn't be able to become president. What is the very
Yes,
obvious logical implication here? Seriously,
I
tell
get
me.
it,
What's the
man. But
no? I want you to vocalize it. What's the conclusion of the argument? You agree Trump's a felon, and you agree felons shouldn't be able to become president. What does that imply?
that there's a fucked up system.
It implies that you don't think Trump should be able to become president.
Yes, 100%. Yeah,
If so,
I agree.
if you agree 100% with the notion that Trump like shouldn't even be able to become president, he should be disqualified because of his felonies, then there's no way that you could support him without being a hypocrite and contradicting this value.
What I'm saying is that the system's broken, dude. Like I feel like it, like there's so much hate against him. Maybe the shit didn't happen.
Okay, so now you're arguing that maybe it didn't even happen. Well,
That's what I'm saying.
Now you're not making any sense. Now you're not making any sense. You agreed he's a felon. You agreed felons shouldn't be able to become president. The only conclusion that could be yielded is therefore you don't think that Trump should be able to become president. But now you're kind of walking back saying, well, maybe he's not a felon. Maybe he didn't commit the crime. Okay, so let me ask you a question. What crime did that criminal court find him guilty of?
Well, fuck. There's 34 counts.
34 counts of what?
Well, obviously the rape charges,
No,
hush money.
the grape was in another court. The grape was in another court. So what were the 34 felonies for? You're going on Google. I'll just tell you so you don't have to waste your time Googling it. Lala, I appreciate you for the galaxy. The 34 felonies were for falsification of business records in the first intent. So here's my question to you, right? With what reason can you deny the outcome of this criminal court if you didn't even know what the outcome was? That outcome being what he was found guilty of. Emmy, thank you so much for the galaxy. Can you answer that question, sir? No? All right, because to me, you denying the outcome of his criminal court without knowing what the outcome was, meaning that you didn't know what the charges were for that they found him guilty on, is like me denying that this restaurant down the street from me is good. Me saying that their food's really bad, even though I've never been there in my life and I have no clue what's on their menu. Right? You know what I mean? So you're on pause right now. You left the TikTok app. In order for me or anyone else to hear you, you have to be able to come back to the TikTok app. You've muted yourself. This guy keeps on going quiet. I think that he's leaving now. All right. Well, while he contemplates coming back, let me go and thank a handful of people. Lola, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that. Love Lola. Lola with the $12 says, are you going to go to the No Kings protest? Yeah, I sure will. I will be at my local No Kings protest. As well as Olivia. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Show some love to Olivia in that chat saying, my mom and I have watched you in every single debate. Love the way that you're doing this, and it helps me feel like there's more people out there that agree with us. Well, yeah, there is. There's a lot of people out there that agree that Trump's a terrible president, right? Thank you for the $10, Olivia. As well as Darius, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal as well. And Darius, I'm going to check that one out. Thank you. And then Emma with the $5 on Venmo says it's like talking to a brick wall. Kinda. Mila with the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Mila. Shauna with the $10 on Venmo says, imagine how these guests would act if Biden or Obama had illegally deployed the military against citizens. They would be livid. Dude, they got mad at Obama for wearing a tan suit, you know? And then Olivia with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. All right. So do you want to respond to what my last comment was there? You're obviously back now. I haven't been able to hear you for the last minute or so because you've been gone. So do you want to respond to the last thing I said, sir?
What's the last thing you said?
Okay, I'll repeat myself. This is the last time I'm going to repeat myself. I need you to listen to me this time. So you said that you think the court got it wrong. He wasn't actually guilty of the felonies. I asked you what the felonies were for. You couldn't tell me. So then I informed you that they were for the falsification of business records in the first degree. And then you left. You were radio silent. And then that's when I asked you, well, how the hell do you know that the court got it wrong when you don't even know what the court determined, referencing how you didn't even know what the felonies were for. And then I made an analogous parallel to that incredibly idiotic statement by like an example of me suggesting that I think that the food that this restaurant down the street from me serves is really, really bad, even though I've never been to this restaurant and I don't know what's on their menu.
Like I'm saying, like, how did he get in, man? Like,
Okay.
You don't get what I'm asking you?
So I'm actually asking you a question that you're supposed to be giving
Right.
an answer
I know,
to,
obviously.
right? So can you please answer my question?
I have nothing to say to it, Dean.
So you don't have an answer to the question. So what does that
I
indicate?
don't. I don't.
So can't you agree that this indicates your worldview in American politics to be baseless and your support for Trump not being brought out of good, well-reasoned, foundational claims, conducive of logic, reason, and evidence, but rather this trivial, like emotional feeling that you just have in your heart that he's a good president? Right? Because if you can't
It's
contend with the
like
facts, if you can't answer to the arguments, well, then what does that tell us about your worldview? Right? It tells us that it's very weak, it's baseless, and it is evident that it is driven from your feelings. Right? And I'm not trying to be a hard ass on you. I'm not trying to
I
be
don't know. You're
rude,
just
mean,
like
Dean. I'm just trying to be
you're like
honest.
pulling all this stuff out on me over a simple question I asked you.
Well, no, it's over a simple question that I asked you that you just told us you didn't have a response to. And now I'm just trying to be
Exactly.
honest with
Like
you
I don't have a
about the fact that you don't have a response
response.
and what that indicates.
Okay, Dean. Let me tell you this, and it'll make you feel great. You're right.
I'll be nicer. I'll be
I have
nicer. I'll be
no.
nicer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, you're right. Like I don't have. I don't have an answer. Like I said, I can't answer that. What first and
All right. All right, man.
is like if like I was saying, if felons cannot vote, then how the hell do we have a felon as a president? Like how does that work?
Right. Well, listen, I'm going to go ahead and explain that to you. Then I'm probably going to move on to my next guest here and just ask you to like, please be more like diligent about like investing your time into like investigating American politics and being an informed voter. But the reason why like the current system works in such a way where in some states felons can't vote, yet a felon can be president, is because the only constitutional criteria for who can and can't be president fall down to, as I already said, being an American-born citizen that is 35 years of age or older and not violating the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment, right? This means that literally if Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, Jeffrey Dahmer could run for president, right? And, you know, we can't change, right, those constitutional provisions for who can and can't be president unless we were to pass a new constitutional amendment, right? And the reason why
That's
we've likely
crazy.
never passed a new constitutional amendment to, like, ban certain groups of people from being president, like felons, like violent criminals, so on and so forth, is because I don't think anyone ever expected the average American to succumb to such great levels of propaganda to endorse and support a violent criminal as president at any point.
You know what's crazy? I keep seeing the chat, and it's like, oh gas, oh gas. Like why do you guys just want to make people look stupid versus bring them to the other side? Like that's what I don't understand. Like it's your only goal to make the other person feel stupid instead of persuading with actual facts and bringing them to the other side.
Well, I think that the nature of
Because
the,
really, I'm
I
on the
think that-
fence now, dude. Because like Trump has been pissing me. He pissed me off with tariffs. I mean, I'm still in support of him, but it's just like, you know what I mean? Like I don't get it.
I think that the nature of the internet is very volatile. And I think that the chat spamming L guests is like among the nicer things that the chat can be saying because the chat, you know, that they're volatile, but that's just the nature of the internet. What I'd recommend is just block them all out, focus on me, King. I hope I was able to respond to your question there and give you some motivating reason to further like investigate your claims and your thoughts on American politics. And unless you have any other reasons why you support Trump that you'd like to go over, I'm probably going to move on to the next guest.
All right, man. Have a good day.
You too. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up here. Hop in the inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We're going to get you up here. Just keep in mind that we are very specifically looking for American adults that are 18 or older that support Donald Trump as president that are currently MAGA to come up here and debate. Let's go to get that next guest, Scott, loaded in right now, as well as George. I'd love to thank you for the $25 donation over on Super Chat. Thank you for the love, George. George with the $25 says, thank you for the incredible logic and presentation of facts that matter. Thank you so much, George. Dude, let's get 250 George W's down below in that comment section for the $25. That's very kind of you. And if anybody that's watching wants to support me, wants to support what we do here, the independent journalism, the debate, so on and so forth, you can find my Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go straight to me. You get a notification at the top of my phone where I could read out your name and any and all attached messages on stream. That VNP can also be found in the pinned comment and on the YouTube stream. Now, Chris, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you, Chris?
19.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2004. 6.
Well,
No.
all right. He threw the ball, guys. No kids, please. No kids. We're just looking for adults. Okay. If you're out there, you're underage. Please don't even try to lie about your age. I swear to God, I will be able to get you. I'll be able to get you somehow. I have many fetus detection tools, so don't even try it. Okay. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Tyler, my fetus detection tools are just off the charts for you. You're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go and get that next guest, Mr. Chase, loaded up into the stream right now. We got Mr. Chase connecting. Mr. Chase, what's up? Do you support Trump? Help, Mr. Chase is gone. All right, everyone is leaving as soon as they're joining. Everyone is leaving as soon as they're joining. We got Greg, too, connected to the stream. This might be a troll account. I don't know. We'll see. What's up, Greg? Is this a troll
What's
account?
good? No, I'm 56.
Really? What year were you born in?
1969.
Okay, and name a popular band from the 80s.
The Beatles.
What's your favorite song by the Beatles? And were they in the 80s? And they're gone. Moving on to the next guest. All right. See, I'm telling you, I have the fetus detection tools. You can't fool me. You can't do it. You can't fool me. Moving on to the next guest, we got Alex loading up into the box. If you happen to be one of the 13.4 thousand people hanging out with us over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping and sharing that stream. What's up, Alex? Are you MAGA?
Hey, yeah, I'm MAGA.
All right, man. How old are you?
26.
All right, Alex, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
I think whenever I first got into Trump, the thing that I was kind of interested in, he kind of wanted to bring the older family style back of like, having the man in the house and, the wife at home helping out with the kids. I was really attracted to that. And he seemed to be, kind of defensive on some things, like, helping out with middle class.
God. Yeah. Got it. Well, let's talk about that first claim. I mean, so you just told us that the man should go out, work, protect, and provide. The woman should stay at home, cook, and clean. So that's just misogyny. But we'll have that conversation. So let's start the conversation off this way. Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
No. So my thing is,
Do you think that
'cause
men are
whenever
better
there's
at
two-
providing than women?
whenever there's two people that are away from the home, it's just like I wish like more women could be home with the kids so they could be grown like better in that sense. You know what I mean? Like, because if both the adults are gone, then they can't be guided as well.
Okay. I'm gonna go
I
ahead and ask.
think-
I'm gonna go ahead and ask the question this way. So Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Trump, prior to the election, they all launched this super big attack on quote unquote DEI, right? And they said that DEI is a tool that's used by Democrats to give people opportunity for jobs, for going to school, for scholarships, so on and so forth, based upon traits such as the color of their skin, race, ethnicity, etc. Right? And the takeaway from people like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, and Trump or that we don't want a society that's propped up by telling people what they should do because of the color of their skin, and instead we should have a merit-based economy where people work for their job instead of getting it handed to them because of their race. And my question for you is, do you agree with all that nonsense gibberish rhetoric?
I mean, I feel like if people are qualified, then they should have the job. I don't know if
Right, but the argument was that the left and DEI was supporting giving people jobs not based upon their qualifications, but rather based on their race. And I'm curious if that's like rhetoric that you agree with, that we shouldn't be giving
I
anyone a
don't. I
job
don't.
based on race. We should be doing it on merit and qualifications only.
No, yeah, merit qualifications for sure. It's
Really?
like having somebody that,
Yeah.
like, let's say it was for airplanes or something like that. The dude's not qualified and he's just getting hired just because he's like
Right.
Indian or black or something.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I think
Right.
if
Yeah.
people's lives are at stake,
Mhm.
your qualifications matter the most. But
Yeah, well, guess
but
what? Guess what? The only true example of this sense of DEI, where we're telling people what they should do, not based on their merits or qualifications, but rather based upon some immutable characteristic of their being, isn't in hiring pilots, but is rather in exactly what you just described, which is telling women that they should stay at home, cook, clean, and raise the kids, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is
no,
the only time,
yeah,
right,
like I said,
in
I'm
like
not.
modern American history where we have seen a political group openly endorse and support the discarding of merit and qualification with a larger preference and support of instead telling people what they should or shouldn't do based upon immutable characteristics of their being, such as race or gender. And the only time that this is occurring is within the dialogue that we're having right now, where you're saying that, well, we shouldn't determine maybe which parent, if a parent at all, wants to stay at home and raise the kids based upon, their place in the workforce, their abilities, their aptitudes, et cetera, and so on and so forth, but it rather has to be the woman because of her gender.
Well, so I'm not misogynistic. I think women are better at raising kids than men, majority wise, because they're more like nurturing and patient. Like for me, example, like I cannot have patience sometimes, and women are usually more patient with the kids and all that good stuff. But I'm just saying, like back in the 70s or 60s, whenever the economy wasn't so terrible and like we could live off of one person in the family having one income, like that's what I wish we could go back to. I think that is more beneficial for kids because I think what we're having like this economy, or I don't, it's almost like people's mental health status is so messed up. I feel like there's not enough parental guidance in that sense,
Well, I
like
just
with
I
the
just want to be
internet.
clear, right? That arguing that idealistically one parent should want to stay home to help raise the kids is separate from arguing that the woman should stay home to raise the kids, right? So you're now secretly equivocating even within your own argument, right? And we could have a conversation about what the best family dynamic is and what it should be. But ultimately speaking, what I really want to hone in on here is the idea that prescriptive gender roles are sexist by nature, especially with how you are attempting to apply them to women, saying that because a woman is a woman, therefore the woman should do these certain things, thereby limiting her opportunities, societally speaking, to do other things and stigmatizing women when they do other things, leading to real world outcomes, such as the gender pay gap, leading to real world outcomes, such as a glass ceiling for women in particular fields related to STEM, finance, so on and so forth. When I think that stigmatization is actually bad for the growth of the American economy by suppressing the merits of potential workers in said labor force and disqualifying them on the basis of their sex, while also being conducive towards upholding the patriarchy and the continued oppression of women in American society.
I mean, yeah, you got a point with suppression, I guess. I'm just saying, I guess I'm more so like, oh, we should have better wages to where, one person could stay and be with the kids. I mean, I feel like the society was better back then. And women are great. There's a lot of smart women out there. I mean, it's not to say that some men could stay home and be with them. I'm more so. I think how the economy is right now, both parents are having to work, and I think it's messing it up. I mean, there's good dads out there too that could help raise kids, but
So are you now shifting your claim to the idea that you want wages to be higher to open the door for the
for
availability
one
for one
person to
parent
stay
to stay home
home,
if they want
yeah,
to?
yeah, I think. And
Okay.
plus, like,
See,
think
now
about it.
you've refined your claim to a point where I could agree. All you're saying is that you want wages to be higher, right? To open the door to allow the option for one parent to stay home if they wanted to, and that
Yeah,
is what is best fit for their family dynamic and their circumstances. This
yeah.
is like totally a different claim than the one that you originally made. I'm happy that you whittled your way down here. Okay. Now that we've agreed on the fact that we want wages to be higher, we want people to be paid more, and we want families to be better supported, well, let's see. Is that something Trump is doing? According to the facts, absolutely not. As the economy has only gotten worse in every conceivable macroeconomic metric in the last 8 to 9 months. GDP growth is
Yeah.
down. Investment in American businesses is down. Inflation is up. Things cost more. The average American is losing their purchasing power. The big, beautiful bill
Yeah.
that Trump passed, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, is taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich, reducing the purchasing power of half of Americans, taking health care away from 10 million low income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low income Americans, Americans. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's tariffs are only aiding and abetting and further reducing the purchasing power, acting as a regressive tax that disproportionately affects you the less money you make, as the tariff is passed off to the consumer by increasing the price of goods and commodities, and the less money you make, the more of your income you disproportionately spend on goods and commodities. So even if we could agree that wages should be higher because of everything I just said and more, you still shouldn't support Trump because he's helping put pressure on doing the opposite, which is making wages lower and making your dollar be less valuable.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's some things that aren't, totally working out according to plan. I was saying that's why I supported him. But yeah, I think things aren't playing out as planned for sure. Another thing that I supported about him,
Well, keep in
because
mind,
I,
keep in mind, the question being proposed is, what do you support about him today? How do you still support Trump? Not
I,
necessarily
I
why did you
still,
support him in the election, but why do you support him today?
so I'm Hispanic and I still support him, like, securing the border.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people were coming in and, seeing the demographic, it looked like there were a lot of males, younger age, like military age, coming in that we don't really have, like, keep tabs on very well. And so, from my standpoint, as a man, and being in this country, I want the country to be secure. If there's too many people that are coming in that we don't know about, and they could be coming from another country, and they're like militarized, and they could be terrorists, and trying to harm kids and just our everyday way of life, and they have ill intentions for the country. I don't like that. I think a majority of like good countries, they have good secure borders. I mean, I like that he's really trying to push, like, yeah, if you want to come in, you got to be legal, that sort of thing. But all of the people that were, whenever the borders were just straight up open, I did not like that.
Right. Well, I mean, what you believe here, this notion that undocumented immigrants could be violent, could be terrorists, could be murderers, could be rapists, that's all coming from Donald Trump's harmful stereotypes surrounding undocumented immigrants. I mean, he's literally posted TikTok saying that they're poisoning the blood of the country, they've escaped mental asylums, prisons, so on and so forth. But that's absolutely not true at all. Okay, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil than American citizens. Undocumented immigrants are 3 times less likely to commit property crimes on American soil than American citizens. Undocumented immigrants are 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes on American soils than American citizens. If you had to opt for being alone in a room with a citizen or an undocumented immigrant, a rational mind would reasonably conclude that you'd be magnitude safer with an undocumented immigrant in that
All right,
room.
all right. Let me give you.
Not to mention that undocumented immigrants account for 1% of all violent crime in this country. Meanwhile, American men account for 92. So if you care about violent crime, if you care about rape, if you care about murder, if you care about violence, well, then you should probably start with addressing that 92% statistic coming from men that were born in this country, that are citizens, that are actively committing 92% of it.
Okay, let me give you a back argument, right? So let's say I was a man and I didn't like Italy, for example, and I wasn't a citizen there. I wanted to go and cause a stir up. I mean, it would be easier for me to sneak in undocumented, do my crime, and get out, right? And so, because they don't have me on record, and so that's why I'm saying, if people are coming in, I wish that they would be documented in that sense and tracked better, I guess, so it could be more secure.
Okay, so
Because
you're just saying that you want more people that are coming into the country to be documented. I don't think that anyone disagrees with that, right? Like, I don't want undocumented immigration in this country either, for the safety of the immigrants, as well as what is causing that undocumented entry, that being neglected, slow, and expensive legal means of entry, right? But the solution to undocumented entry is not to play fascist and scare new undocumented entry away by violating both the human and constitutional rights of immigrants that are already in the country, such as Trump is today, but it is rather to focus on the legal means of entry to this country to fix them, so it's no longer taking 10 to 15 years to become a citizen, making it unattainable for so many people, but rather just a handful of months, right? That is what is causing undocumented immigration into this country, and that's what we need to fix, and that's something that Donald Trump has never even done as much as spoken at a podium and at a mic at a podium in the last 10 years suggesting that he might want to fix it. right? Like, ask yourself this question. What good policy has Donald Trump passed in the last 8 months to reduce undocumented immigration into this country?
What good policy? Whenever he first came in, he signed on a bunch of stuff, right?
Like what? What good policy?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. I didn't. Whenever he first got signed, I didn't read into it too much. Like I said, I'm working all day. I didn't do much research. So you got me stumped there. I don't really know too much about any specific sign policy. I know you're smart. I know you want specifics. I'm not sure about that one. I'm just telling you
Right.
why I supported
But isn't
him.
that kind of
That was
crazy?
one of the things.
Isn't that kind of crazy? And it's not just you. Actually, I ask this question to nearly every Trump supporter that comes up here to talk to me about immigration, and no one ever has an answer, right? But why don't you have an answer? It's because Donald Trump hasn't given you one, as he hasn't passed any good policy to secure the southern border, right?
Well,
But it's like been the number one thing he was talking about for the last 40 years. It was the
don't they
number
have
one thing
more
that he
like?
campaigned on one moment before the election. And it's the number one thing that he's been talking about for the last 8 months. But no one can name any good policy that he's passed to reduce immigration, undocumented entry in the last 8 months. Why? Because he hasn't. He hasn't reduced undocumented entry with good policy. As I already told you, and I'll repeat it now, I believe he has reduced undocumented entry by scaring away new entry, by suggesting the promise that if they do enter, they'll have a lower quality of life by violating their constitutional and human rights.
Did he get the Coast Guard out there or any? I thought that he sent more agents down there, and with the DEI, like he's trying to you know send back the people that they think are criminals. I think that's good. That the DEI they're trying to figure
DEI?
out or DEI what is it called again?
ICE?
Uh, yeah. I guess I think they're trying to find the criminals that did come through. I think that's kind of a policy that he's trying to do. Is they're trying to weed everybody out of all the people that came in. I like that.
They're
I think
deporting they're
sometimes.
they're deporting undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses at lower levels than the Biden-Harris administration did.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's something that I haven't looked into too much statistically,
Okay.
but I'm saying I think
Well,
them
how could you
trying.
support? So you're telling us that you want undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses to be deported. Okay, the Biden-Harris administration was deporting them at higher levels, meaning that you should prefer Kamala Harris's policy over Donald Trump's, right? And the difference between the deportation policy of Harris and Trump is that Harris really only wanted to focus on undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses and pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has instead shifted his scope of deportations to every undocumented immigrant. And obviously, because of the larger scope of Donald Trump's deportation operation, we will naturally expect lower levels of specific deportations for undocumented immigrants with prior criminal offenses.
Well, whenever a Democrat was in office recently, Biden, I mean, the border was bad. So, I mean, if I see a Democrat in power and things look bad, I'm going to think, hey, should we try the other guy and see if they can do better?
Okay, so point number one, you can't just blame anything that happens in the country on the president. If we want to play that game, well, then all of a sudden the pandemic was Trump's fault. The highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years that happened in April of 2020 was Trump's fault. And now today, all the chaos that we are seeing reaped in the streets of America and the downfall of every single macroeconomic variable is Trump's fault, right? But no, you have to be able to indicate what the president did to cause these things, isolating for external variables, as the president is not the one univocal ruler over everything that happens in the country.
Yeah, wasn't that COVID that made employment so bad? Everybody was kind of
It was. It was
it
COVID. It
was
was
the health
COVID.
scare.
Yeah, but now you're just like demonstrating to me how not everything that happens in the country is the president's fault. So why would you
No,
assume that
yeah.
everything that does happen in the country is the president's fault if the president is a Democrat?
I don't know. Whenever Biden was in office for 4 years, I don't think that a lot of thing was being I don't think things were being done very well or properly.
Okay, what's one improper bad policy that he passed?
I mean, just the immigration stuff was my big thing.
So what immigration policy did he pass that you didn't like?
Mm, I almost say lack of policy. That I don't. It seemed too unsecure.
Okay, okay. So does this mean that the border had a lack of policy under Donald Trump's first administration, since his policy just continued into the Biden-Harris term? Unless Biden and Harris repealed any of his executive orders for immigration policy that you'd like to
Didn't they
inform me of.
repeal like whenever he got in office? They like signed off and reversed a lot of stuff that he did prior.
So what did they reverse that made the border non-secure?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know specifics. I'm guessing that they might have done something there
Well, guess
because I know
what?
they reversed a lot.
You shouldn't base your political opinions off of guesses.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's a valid point. I mean, like I said, I don't sit, throughout the day and research everything all the time. I'm not a politician. I'm giving you, more of like, general. I don't even have the best general knowledge. I'm just saying, my beliefs and standpoints. Basically, I don't have a whole lot of facts. Like if I'm not like I think whenever it comes to debating, yeah, it's good to have facts, statistics, whichever. I honestly, I just came on as a guest. I'm not prepared for
Yeah.
specifics in that sense. If I was gonna give you specifics and give you like a straight up debate, you know what I mean, I would be researching and all that good stuff. But I haven't had a chance to do that.
Yeah, one last thing I'm gonna say here before I move on to the next guest is don't internally justify like losing this debate because of like your like lack of research. Okay, you shouldn't continue to feel confident in your convictions here and just merely tell yourself that you can maintain that confidence because if you did the research, then the research would justify your beliefs, right? That's called an appeal to ignorance. Okay, right now you are appealing to your own ignorance and your own lack of research to kind of like brush off what I'm saying, right? Because I'm coming at you with research, I'm coming at you with my facts, my opinions, my arguments, and then you're saying, although Dean, right, you were like overwhelmingly like winning this debate, you were overwhelmingly like giving really good reason why I'm wrong. I'm just gonna kind of brush it off because maybe if I did the research, I could find facts to prove you wrong. So don't do that. But I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation here. I appreciate you for like the little bit of intellectual honesty, just kind of rehashing the fact that you don't know as much as you think you do, and that you could learn more. That's a good stepping stone to actually learning more. So now put the work in, become politically educated. It is so incredibly important for the future of this country.
All right, yeah, no worries. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, have a good one, man. Have a good one. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, we're going to get you loaded up here. But guys, do just keep in mind, if you hop in that queue and you are not an American adult that supports Trump as president, you will be very and quickly banned. Donald, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Donald with a 20 says, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Donald down below in that chat, folks. 200 Donald W's. As well as Wendy, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Saying, I won't read that. Oh, I'm sorry, Wendy. I'm so sorry. Guys, show some love to Wendy down below in that chat for the 10. I'm sorry if I've missed like other donations. Thank you so much. As well as Amanda, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying thank you for everything that you do, Dean. One of my best friends is a Trump supporter, and he always refuses my reasons for disliking Trump. Get him on the stream, Amanda. Appreciate you for the $25. Please show some love to Amanda down below in that chat, folks. We have maybe like 5 or 6 more donations that I'd like to read off. But before we do that, Annie, what is going on? Welcome into the stream. Do you support Trump? Annie, you are muted.
Hey! Hi, Dane. My name is Anne.
Hey, Anne.
And yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Anne, before we hop into our conversation, I'm going to go ahead and just think, like I said, a good like 4 or 5 more people here. Jason, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Jesse, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Kyle, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Krista, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Hey, Krista, thank you. Seriously, please show some love to Krista down below in that chat, guys. That is Krista, as well as Lindsay. Thank you so much for the $44.44 over at Venmo. Lindsay, that is so fucking kind of you. Holy shit. Lindsay with the $44 says, love the points you make. Thank you so much. All the love to you. Let's get 500 Lindsay W's, as well as 150 Daniela W's, saying, hey, Dean, I'm not MAGA, but I have a question. Why is deporting undocumented immigrants bad if they're undocumented? I would say it's because of the negative humanitarian outcomes, such as like human rights abuse on behalf of ICE, as well as like the negative impacts that has on our country, economically speaking. And I'm sure that that'll come up like some point in like our next few conversations. As well as Chiara, thank you so much for the $7 on PayPal, and Rosie with a 7. And then one more here from Josh with a $10 on Super Chat. Thank you so much, you guys. Please show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. And once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in that pinned message on YouTube. Now go ahead and take it away. And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I'm not so much concerned with his personality or the abrasiveness of him as an individual, as much of how he is in process introducing conservative values back to modern America. I appreciate the fact that he's taking a hard stance on certain cultural norms that I think is part of the moral decay of our country. One example, I could be wrong, but I think there was Medicare defunding of gender-affirming assignment surgeries to people under the age of 19. I do not think that children should be able to medically transition. I think they were also, and I could be wrong, right? But in general, it's not necessarily Trump, the figurehead. It is the return to conservative core principles in general that I appreciate.
Okay. So could you give me like a list of like these conservative principles?
Sure. First and foremost, there is a commitment to constitutionalism, limited government, living within your means. So one example of that would be making the real effort to develop oneself without having external influence. Conservatives also want to live in a world where freedom is absolutely protected, but so is the structure that ensures freedom doesn't move into chaos and anarchy. Conservatives also appreciate the modern or the family unit. They think that the family is the number one unit for society's existence. And so conservatives would really want to make sure that families are protected, children are protected. There's a lot, right? There's a lot. I would also say conservatives encourage people to use the benefits of America, where your status is not fixed, but it's immutable if you make good decisions, if you are disciplined, if you are goal-oriented, you too can become something. I think Donald Trump represents that ideal.
Okay, I just wrote all those points down. So I want to like be clear. There was like maybe like 2 points there that like I don't think made any sense. So I just kind of want to like scratch those off rip. You said something about like how conservatives like encourage people to like live by their means. I wasn't really sure on like what you meant there. So hopefully just kind of like ignore that, because you made a bunch of like other points that I did know what you meant. Like for instance, the other points that you made were you support Donald Trump because of his commitments to constitutionalism, commitments to limited government, absolute freedom, as well as the protected structure, as well as the protection of the structure in which guarantees us freedom, the family unit, protecting families and children, and then encouraging people that they could be something, anyone. All right. So are those the points that I could respond to? Because I'm gonna have fun with this one.
I'm glad that you're gonna have fun. I can clarify, right? I would argue that when I say the first point, it's essentially removing unnecessary regulation. The going to a very simple tax-based system, encouraging self-governance, right? Not having extreme federal overhead, because there is a belief that the individual can and should govern themselves.
Okay.
And that requires also having just limited government overreach.
Okay. Can I start responding to all these points now?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So you gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You gave me 9 different reasons why you support Trump there. What's that?
May I give you one more?
For sure.
And then also rule of law and order.
Okay. All right. Let's see if we could group any of these together, because having like going over 10 different points seems like a lot. I bet I could group the Constitution with rule of law and order. Fantastic. Okay. So, no, Donald Trump does not protect the Constitution. The GOP are currently spineless cowards, right, in response of nothing to Donald Trump's attack on the Constitution. I would argue that Donald Trump is the greatest threat to the American Constitution in modern American history. And if anybody wants to label themselves as a constitutionalist and as a Trump supporter, they have absolutely no clue what it means to be a constitutionalist, or they have been consumed into a cult with a complete lack of regard for fact and a supposition of emotion driving the reality around us. So I'll go ahead and justify that point. Donald Trump is the greatest threat to the American Constitution in modern American history because he has infringed on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment in the last 8 months. Let's go through it. His attacks on the First Amendment include arguing that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. His attacks on the First Amendment also include passing an executive order to attempt to ban the burning of the American flag when SCOTUS ruled that was protected under free speech in 1989 in the Texas v. Johnson SCOTUS court case. His attacks on the First Amendment also include labeling entire news organizations as illegal, such as CNN and MSNBC, or federally defunding news organizations that he disagrees with, like PBS or NPR, while saying that journalists are the greatest threat to America, or that all of these news organizations report so negatively about him, they're not allowed to do that, and he's going to pull their licenses, or them threatening to sue Disney and ABC when they brought Jimmy Kimmel back on air, or launching trivial lawsuits against CNN, MSNBC, against YouTube, against the New York Post, against the Washington Post, against the Murdoch family, against anyone and everyone who ever speaks negatively about him ever. So there's Trump's attacks on the First Amendment. What are Donald Trump's attacks on the Second Amendment? I'll tell you, a month ago, he directed his Justice Department to attempt to find a way to ban all gun ownership for trans Americans. That was so in blatant disregard of the Second Amendment that the NRA, which is a far-right gun organization, even they came out and they publicly said that Donald Trump is attacking the Second Amendment, and this should absolutely be not allowed. So there's Amendment 2. Let's go on to Amendment 14. So on Donald Trump's first day in office, he passed Executive Order number 14160, okay? And this was an executive order that he signed into law to take away birthright citizenship from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. But if you know anything about the first section of the 14th Amendment, then you would know that birthright citizenship is guaranteed to the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil, and that is a status quo that has existed in this country since the 14th Amendment was ratified by Congress in 1865, then explicitly adjudicated in 1897. All right, moving on to the 22nd Amendment. The 22nd Amendment is clear. No president may serve for more than 2 terms. Donald Trump has perpetually re-suggested since the beginning of his second term that he might want to run for a third, and there's many ways to do it. So we're going to stop there. I swear there is so much more, like him now telling the National Guard to arrest people. That's breaking federal law. He can't do that. Like him, arguing that, they should be able to just silence any dissenters in the media. Once again, attack on the First Amendment. We'll go over all that later. Let's focus on his attacks on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment. What is your response? And if you need me to repeat any of that, I will happily.
Okay. Let's go back to the First Amendment and his personal attacks. Let me ask you something. Do you do you believe that the president, even as a sitting president, is also a citizen who has constitutional rights to the First Amendment?
Yeah, everyone in America has the First Amendment, right? And the rights in which are guaranteed under it. Yes.
So, when Donald Trump critiques a news organization, or if he says Jimmy Kimmel has terrible ratings, that is him exercising his First Amendment right. It's not an attack. An attack would, in my opinion, be an unmerited provocation, and I don't think he's doing that.
Oh, okay. So point number one, I said the more specific attack on the First Amendment was when he said it was illegal to criticize him in the media, right? That
Can you
is an individual with a position of authority serving as the acting commander-in-chief of the American government, making an explicit statement that it's illegal to criticize him.
Can you provide the source?
Yes, of course. He said it in the Oval Office to about 12 journalists.
I think it's an. And who were there? Who was there? Because you said something interesting about defunding certain news organizations that were critical of him. If that was true, and I'd like to see if that was actually true. Don't they still show up to the press conferences? Aren't they still present? I heard.
Yeah, the ones that he banned from the press conferences, that was AP news. That was another one.
There's another room that you can go to. Like, you have to realize being banned, when you use this language, it's very how do I say this?
Well, remember, I didn't even mention AP. That's something that you're like seemingly bringing up to deflect away from the reasoning that I gave you by attempting to attack another reason that I didn't give you. But you asked for my source where he said that, they'll take a great story and they'll make it bad, and quite frankly, I think that's illegal. Let's go ahead and listen to him say that now.
They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
Okay, so you do realize that literally contradicts what you just said. You said that Donald Trump said, it is illegal to criticize me.
Right.
Obviously, but that's what you said. What we just heard was his opinion on news organizations who abuse their journalistic duty to sensationalize and lie and manipulate the public. And he is saying, from his perspective, that should be illegal. As a journalist, you have a duty to the American public. You're essentially the quiet fourth branch of government. You have a duty to report things accurately and non-biasedly. And from what we just heard, it sounds like he's criticizing media sources who intentionally manipulate and sensationalize stories just to get attention.
Yeah, check this out.
From what I heard and what you told me, those are two different things.
They're not at all.
Okay, so when you told me,
I could prove this. Check this out. Does he think that the big beautiful bill is a great bill?
Yeah, we all heard Dean say, Donald Trump said it's illegal to criticize me. Mm-hmm. We just heard out of his mouth a completely different thing, and that's the issue. It's manipulative.
So they're actually not two completely different things. So when he says to take it. Can you let me speak? So when he says to take a great story and make it bad, that means to criticize one of the things that he's done because he thinks the things that he does are great. I'll give you an example. I'll make it clear how these things are identical, right? They mean the exact same thing. Does Donald Trump think that the big beautiful bill is a great story, a great piece of legislation? You could unmute and answer that question. A yes or no will suffice.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Donald Trump thinks that the big beautiful bill is a great story, a great piece of legislation. So I, as a journalist, disagree with him. I think that the big beautiful bill, one moment, if you allow me to finish speaking here, one moment, please just allow me to finish speaking, is a bad story. Is a bad bill, right? And I think that the big beautiful bill is so bad, it is one of the worst pieces of legislation in modern American history. $4.5 trillion worth of debt, reducing the purchasing power of half of Americans, taking 10 million Americans off of healthcare, 3 million Americans off of food stamps. The big beautiful bill sucks. But if Donald Trump heard me say that, he would say, Dean, you're taking a great bill and you're making it bad. That's illegal. And we could do this with about a billion other things too. He'd say it's a great story that he did a military parade in DC. I'd say that was a waste of taxpayers' dollars and it looked like shit. Trump would say, Dean, you're taking a great story and quite frankly, you're making it look so bigly bad. That's illegal. See, the thing is when you leave the standard of truth to what the preference of those in power is, then the media is no longer the domain of free discourse, where we get to offer competing ideas, criticize those we disagree with, and uphold those that we do agree with, and it becomes a mere reflection of the preference of the wannabe king, right? So in your defense, you suggested that he's simply targeting misinformation. He thinks he is the standard of misinformation, which is problematic on its own, but even misinformation in most circumstances outside of defamation and slander are also covered by the First Amendment, right? And we absolutely should never have a univocal body of one man determining what is fact and what is fiction.
Which is exactly why Jimmy Kimmel got booted. He works for ABC, which is a private company, and to use that platform to somehow spread misinformation about Charlie Kirk's assassination is not only defamation and culturally insensitive, but it continues to perpetuate these lies. And I don't think when I say lies, what I mean is we do not have all the facts, and for a person to use their platform and their power and the backing of ABC to somehow make it seem like Donald Trump and MAGA supporters are somehow part and involved for Charlie Kirk's assassination is an abuse of the First Amendment. And Donald Trump and the people who support ABC firing Jimmy Kimmel recognize it's not because it's because he is abusing his power and his platform to perpetuate misinformation and mislead the public, which goes to the bigger point, right? I agree with you to that regard that a king or someone with enough power and influence should absolutely not use their power to just self-grandize themselves. That I agree with. The issue that I have with you, Dean, though, is you don't see how literally you are in my opinion, contradicting yourself.
The only individual contradicting themselves here is you, because once again, you're continuing to re-suggest that you're okay with Donald Trump deeming anything that he wants to as misinformation, then calling it illegal, and you don't recognize how large of an attack on the First Amendment this is, and how clearly it makes him out to be not a president that wants to play by the rules, but rather a wannabe all-powerful authoritarian leader that wants to make the rules, right? In the same way that you were calling what Jimmy Kimmel said misinformation, Trump would also call me saying that he is the largest threat to the American Constitution in modern American history, or me saying that he's a fascist misinformation. So in the same way, you actually support the government using their authority to take Jimmy Kimmel off air. Would you also agree that it should be illegal for me to call Trump a fascist in front of 20,000 people live on air right now?
No.
No? Wait, would you say it's misinformation to call Trump a fascist?
I think you have your opinion.
Is
right?
is the claim Trump is a fascist? Is that misinformation?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But I thought that you just said that misinformation should be illegal per Donald Trump's own admission.
To be clear, may I clarify?
Yes, but please clarify, because right now I think you're contradicting yourself, because in one breath you're suggesting that Donald Trump merely said that misinformation about him should be illegal in the media and that you actively support that, but now you're telling me that I shouldn't be thrown in jail for calling Trump a fascist on air, even though you just reaffirmed that you think the claim that Trump is a fascist is misinformation. Clarify that for us. We're all very confused.
Okay. You using your platform to talk about your opinion on the current administration is valid and an appropriate use of the First Amendment. If you think Donald Trump is the worst president ever, you are perfectly justified in doing so. And I would argue Donald Trump might respond to you, but that doesn't mean that you should be thrown in jail for that. And I don't think any conservative who truly respects conservative values would want that to happen.
Okay. So then you're agreeing here that it is in true alignment of conservative values of free speech to allow me to call Donald Trump a fascist on air, even though you think that's misinformation. So then why don't you see how problematic it is, even with your interpretation of what Donald Trump said about speech being illegal when it's criticizing him, even if it's misinformation?
Okay, that's not what he said. A great story is very different from an actual policy, right? Could you agree with that?
Well, I think when he's saying they'll take a great story and make it bad, I think that they're just talking about any headline. That headline being Trump passes the big, beautiful bill to make it bad, saying that Donald Trump passes the big, ugly bill that's fucking over America.
Or it could be something simple as it could be something as simple as even what you just did. It could be as simple as using what happened to Jimmy Kimmel as an opportunity to prove your point about fascism and all of these things, but that's not the whole story.
Okay, so then are you saying that Donald Trump thinks it should be illegal for me to use like different data points, such as Donald Trump's suggestion that it should be illegal to take a great story and make it bad, and what Donald Trump's FCC did to Jimmy Kimmel? Are you saying that me like saying that on live should be illegal?
No.
Okay, but you just said it was the same thing as what Jimmy Kimmel said on air, right? See, that's a contradiction. We need to clear up on this, okay? I'm continuing to say things that you continue to deem as misinformation. You're deeming it as misinformation when I say that Donald Trump is a fascist. You're deeming it as misinformation, one moment, when I say that Donald Trump is an authoritarian. You're deeming it as misinformation when I say the big, beautiful bill is bad. You're deeming it as misinformation when I say that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution. You're deeming it as misinformation when I say that Jimmy Kimmel, like for instance, was attacked by Donald Trump's administration and the FCC and taken off air, and that's a threat to the First Amendment. You're deeming everything that I say as misinformation, yet you continue to reaffirm that what I am saying should not be illegal, and what I am saying should be protected by free speech, and if any true conservative values free speech, they should agree with you, while in the same breath, what was your argument in support of what Donald Trump said when he suggested it should be illegal to criticize in media? Your argument was, well, Donald Trump is strictly talking about misinformation, and you agree with him that media organizations and independent journalists are not within their rights to disseminate misinformation, and that should be illegal. So which one is it? Should misinformation, according to your perspective, be legal, or should misinformation, according to your perspective, be illegal? Because at this point in time, you're perpetually contradicting yourself, so let's clear it up. Which one is it? Should it be legal, or should it be illegal? Which one?
When you use your speech to intentionally misinform, to manipulate and mislead the public, intentionally use your speech to provoke and abuse, and ultimately, I don't know what the elements of defamation are, but if I am intentionally using my speech and knowing what the consequences are, like for example, specific propaganda about, I don't know, like if you were to, okay, simple example, if we were to go and have a conversation with the leaders of the world, for example, I don't know, just walk with me here. And in that conversation, you used your speech to tell all the global leaders that there's a huge genocide happening and it's the fault of this specific group, and therefore we need all the world leaders to come together and help us get rid of this threat, knowing intentionally that that is not true. That would be misinformation. You would be intentionally trying to mislead and for your own gain. So that's how I see it.
Okay,
And
I hear you. I hear you. So you're just saying that what he's talking about is like people intentionally disseminating misinformation.
So to clarify,
Don't you clarify? Do you have anything else to add on to that? Because like, is that your clarification? Are you saying that he was saying it should be legal to intentionally disseminate misinformation?
but that's another thing. Like, Dean, you're doing it again.
Well, I'm
Like,
what am I doing? Because I'm just trying to you're clarifying on your position. I want to be able to respond here. Do you have anything else to add on to your said clarification?
You're doing the
Okay.
thing that Donald Trump and other conservatives criticize, which is you take what someone has said, and because you have a preconceived notion about that individual,
Yeah.
you disseminate and reconstruct their argument to support your beliefs,
That's
your
ironic.
assumption.
That's really
And
ironic. The
so
only person that's doing that here is you. For instance, in that clip that we listened to where Donald Trump said they'll take a great story, make it bad, that should be
play it.
illegal. At no point in that clip did he mention intention. The only individual that mentioned intention here is you, meaning that that projection that you just gave us of manipulating a story to make it fit your preconceived biases is like actively something that you're doing.
Despite the fact that he didn't, anyone with any sense could reasonably infer that was what he meant.
Okay, well,
When
exactly. So
someone
that's your like internal justification for twisting the narrative to fit your
No,
preconceived bias about Trump.
I'm not twisting the narrative, but when someone says, the media intent, okay, if you want to play the clip, that'd be great. I'm letting you know that when I hear that clip, what I'm hearing is the media
Yeah.
intentionally misuses their power and will take good stories, not policies, not any good story that could that does not fit their narrative and manipulate it and pass it off as truth.
Yeah.
That
I have a question.
That should be illegal. To be very clear, he used the word should, right? That is an opinion. That is a subjective opinion.
Okay.
That's not something objectively he is willing to enforce with law and rule of order.
He actually didn't say should.
Okay, can you replay the clip?
Yeah, of course. I'll just prove you wrong real quick.
And then they're held up. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
So now that we've clarified he didn't use the word should,
so
hopefully,
he said,
could you allow me to speak? I want to be.
He
I
said,
want
I
to be.
think
I want
it's
to be able to
really
hop in here.
illegal personally.
Right.
So you're right. I didn't use those exact words, but my inference from what he was saying was a should. I think he literally said personally, meaning this is my personal opinion, meaning this is him, Donald Trump, this is Donald Trump as a citizen exercising his personal opinion. That's not illegal. That's not him saying, I need to back this up with, we're going to attack all these. He literally said personally. And that is what I'm saying. When someone says should, they are coming from their own subjective interpretation.
He didn't say should.
When I said when people use statements like should,
But
that
he
is
didn't.
he said personally.
He said personally. He didn't say should.
Right. So when someone says personally, what they're saying is this is coming from my subjective understanding.
Which makes it worse.
Okay, so
I can explain to you how. You're actually
has
doing.
every
Listen, can
right-
I talk? Can I please hop in here, please?
he has every right
Okay,
to
go ahead.
express his subjective perspective. And I just want to say you're doing the twisting thing.
Okay. Well, I think that you're doing my job for me right now because in this like perpetual resuggestion from yourself that he's just simply stating his opinion. Well, you're just kind of like you're silently affirming that his opinion isn't fact, and it's not actually illegal to like criticize him in the media.
Right.
And it's not. Will you allow me to finish?
Right.
It's not
Okay,
actually
I'm done.
illegal. It's not actually illegal to criticize him in the media. It's not actually illegal to quote unquote take a good story and make it bad. But you understand that makes things like significantly worse, right? Because what that demonstrates is that he doesn't care about the rule of law. He doesn't care about what's actually legal and what's actually not legal. He cares about what personally affects him and what he personally likes or doesn't like. And if he doesn't like something, then he equivocates that to it being illegal, right? And I have a follow-up question. I wanted to ask you this follow-up question for quite some time, but you're talking so much there. So it's been held off. My question for you is, do you think that Donald Trump is an idiot?
No, I don't know him personally to make that decision.
Okay, so then should he be criminally prosecuted for intentionally misleading the American public when he perpetuated the same fake lie for 4.5 years straight that he won the 2020 election? Because obviously he's not an idiot, so he lost, meaning that lie was intentional. Oh, and now if you want to argue that that lie wasn't intentional, he genuinely thought that, guess what? Then you have to concede that he's an idiot.
What's the definition of an idiot?
Well, I guess in this sense, we're just saying an incredibly unintelligent person.
An incredibly unintelligent person. How can we measure that?
Well, I mean, like based upon
How
a various plethora of attributes. Being wrong frequently, not doing research to be right commonly. Having like false like depictions of reality, not like coinciding with the reality, basing right like your fundamental beliefs off of like emotion compared to like reason and logic, so on and so forth. But like hopefully you could like stick to the meat on the bone here. Like, should Donald Trump be criminally prosecuted for intentionally lying and misleading the public, for telling them that he won the 2020 election for 4.5 years straight? And keep in mind, if you want to argue that he didn't do so intentionally, and you just be conceding that he's an idiot, right? Because only idiots think that.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't concede that he's an idiot because I concede.
Okay. So then he did intentionally lie to the American public, right?
All right. Again, you are trying to take a great story and conversation and make it bad.
So what I'm saying right now should be illegal according to Trump?
Sorry, what?
So what I'm doing right now should be illegal according to Trump, since it's apparently taking a great story and
What
making it
I'm
bad.
saying-
No, wait, whoa. Let's listen to what he said. He literally said they take a great story and they make it bad. In my opinion, that's illegal. You just told me that I'm taking a great story and making it bad. Let's listen to the clip.
And they'll make it bad. And they'll make it bad.
Well, sorry, I gotta come on. There you go.
They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
Okay, you just told me that I'm taking a great story and making it bad. According to Trump, what I'm doing right now is illegal. You told me that Donald Trump stands for the Constitution. You told me that Donald Trump stands for like individual liberties and rights. You told me that Donald Trump stands for freedom. You told me that Donald Trump stands for law and order. But now you're also reaffirming that Donald Trump literally thinks that the debate I'm having with you right now should be illegal. What kind of fucking authoritarian tyrant bullshit is that, ma'am?
It's not that he thinks that it's not that he thinks the conversation is legal. The practice of you intentionally being manipulative is dangerous. That's the issue. It is what you are performing and doing, not the disposing perspectives, but the way in which things that exist naturally as they are, you intentionally misconstrue.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it real. You can't put me in jail because I've hurt your feelings, Miss Fascist.
No. Okay, again, you are doing it again. We're having a conversation, and now you've labeled me. You've misconstrued this conversation and labeled me a fascist simply because I disagree.
No, because you just told me that it should be illegal because you like think I'm manipulating you and like you think that should be illegal. Like, dude, like yeah, that is kind of fascist. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna like hold that one back. That's a fact.
Okay, but you're not listening, Dean. You're not listening at all. Him saying the process of taking things that are good and intentionally misconstruing them is bad, and in his opinion should be illegal, is absolutely in alignment with the First Amendment and in general conservative values. We should not, because fascists actually do that. They intentionally take good things and they you misconstrue, or they cherry pick, or they do all these manipulative things to emotionally get people to support their perspective, which is not founded in reality, and that's dangerous. It is very dangerous. That we have plenty of examples in society where those misunderstandings have led to unalivings. And my argument is his criticism of that process, where people have said Black people don't deserve humanity, right? They've said all types of different things, and they've founded it in their own. They've taken good things and made them bad and made stories out of it, right? That to me is him understanding how people intentionally manipulate for their own purposes and benefit. And you're doing it now by calling me a fascist.
I actually think that you just labeled Trump as a fascist.
We're having a great conversation. We're having a conversation, but to simply say,
ma'am, I think that
I'm a fascist because
I think that you labeled
a person disagrees. Okay, go ahead.
So point number one, calling you Miss Fascist was a snarky, offhanded remark due to the fact that you told me one moment. Calling you Miss Fascist was a snarky, offhanded remark due to the fact that you told me it should be what I'm doing right now to you should be illegal because you think I'm manipulating you.
I never said that though. That's manipulation.
Okay, well there's 22,000 there's 22,000 fact checkers. There's 22,000 fact checkers in this room. The way that the dialogue went is that you told me that I was taking a great story, then making it bad. Then I was like, oh, so what I'm doing right now should apparently be illegal according to Trump. Then I played the clip of Donald Trump saying, taking a great story and making it bad, therefore it should be illegal. And then you told me that you agreed with Trump, implying that because because you think I'm taking a great story and making it bad, which is something that you explicitly said, that therefore you think what I'm doing right now should be illegal. That is obviously like fucking insane. That's authoritarian. Maybe the word Miss Authoritarian would be better than Miss Fascist. Now, if you would allow me to just finish my sentence, I would be so meaningful to me. I would love it so much, because at the end of your last statement, you actually made a suggestion that Trump is fascist, and I'll tell you how, right?
No, I didn't.
Because yes, you did it. Allow me to explain. That's what a
Wait,
debate is
before
all
we move
about.
forward, can you
Come
define
on.
fascism, please? Just for those who don't know.
Yeah, I think that fascist.
Because we're using it really loosely, and I think that's dangerous.
Okay, well, if I define fascism as like ultra-nationalist, ultra-authoritarian regime, which I like to understand through tenets as described in literature. We could go through and break down the 14 tenets of fascism as described in the literature if you'd want to understand how we can typically observe, right, this ultra-nationalist, ultra-authoritarian regime throughout history and today, right? Typically, these 14 defining tenets break down.
Tyranny. Simply tyranny.
Tyranny is a mark of fascism. However, like the 14 tenets like break down into how we can observe tyranny, ultranationalism, and ultra-authoritarianism in like a fascist governed society.
Could you give the three top, just so we have something to qualify when you bring up this argument of fascism, right? Let's see if that's what's happening here.
Okay, so I can give you the tenets of fascism. Before I do, can I actually break down to you how you like implied that Trump is a fascist? I'd like to do that. And once we get into the tenets of fascism, that's going to be a long convo.
Sure, but I think it's important to define the terms before you simply say this is what he is.
Okay, whatever. We'll break down the 14 tenets. We'll break down the 14 tenets.
So yes, let's define the terms, and then your claim of him being a fascist. Now we can actually qualify whether that's true or not.
Okay, so
Based off of the terms.
once again, we loosely understand fascism to be an ultranationalist.
No, you're giving me the 9 tenets.
Dude, I'm going to get there. You have to let me speak. We loosely understand fascism as an ultranationalist, ultra-authoritarian regime, and we can understand said form of governance through tenets. Typically, these tenets are broken down into 14 different defining characteristics and fashions in literature surrounding fascism and what it is in political theory. Right? The first tenet is powerful and continuing nationalism. The second is a disdain for human rights. The third is an identification of enemies as a unifying cause. Supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections. Now, if you'd like, I could go through every single one of those 14 tenets of fascism and describe exactly how Donald Trump fulfills them all. Alternatively, we could also go back to our conversation about how Donald Trump isn't just merely a threat to the First Amendment, which is what we've been discussing for the last 40 minutes, but also a threat to the Second, the 14th, and the 22nd. Or alternatively, once again, we could go back to how I believe your prior remarks implied that Donald Trump himself is a fascist. What would you like to do?
So now that we've defined the terms, you can go back and tell me why you think, based off of what we've been doing, I've agreed that he's a fascist.
Because you told me that fascists like to take emotionally based reasoning to like propagate false beliefs, to convince people of said false beliefs that perpetuate harm, right? That's something that you said, right?
Yeah, and I also said you're doing.
Okay, right. Well, I mean, obviously I dispute that's what I'm doing. But I do affirm that's what Trump does. Like, for instance, is like fifth video on TikTok right now is saying that undocumented immigrants like escape to mental asylums and prisons and they're coming into America to like hurt you, which has led to like what's that?
You need to, when you make these claims, please provide the evidence, because it's clear that you can, I think you're misconstruing a lot of things to,
Is it possible for me to provide the evidence for the claim after I finish making the claim?
Sure, but I mean, I would prefer if you provide the evidence first.
Okay. I'm obviously going to have to make the claim first before I give evidence for it.
You've made the claim that he did this, and I asked, can you play the video?
I wasn't done with my claim because you interrupted me midway through.
Okay, I apologize, Dan. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay? I appreciate that. So, once again, Donald Trump is incredibly guilty, right, of like reasoning not based in fact or logic, right, and instead baseless emotion to convince others of like these same lines of dialogue in order to garner support for himself while also perpetuating harm. One like very obvious example of this was his demonization of undocumented immigrants, saying that they escaped mental asylums, saying that they escaped prisons, right? Saying that they're violent criminals that are poisoning the blood of this country, right? And you asked for the evidence for this. So like I said, I'll go ahead and play his 5th most recent TikTok. Anyone could go watch this. It was published on November 1st of last year, 4 days before the election.
Costing Americans money that they don't have. It's bankrupting many Americans. Millions of people are pouring into our country, and they come from prisons, and they come from mental institutions, and they're terrorists. We can't let it happen. We got to bring back our country.
Right. And then obviously, like, this gross
That's not what you just said he said.
It's exactly what I said he said.
Repeat what you said, Dean.
I said that, like, he's accused undocumented immigrants of coming from mental asylums, undocumented immigrants, they're all coming from, like, prisons, so on and so forth,
No,
right?
he said.
What the fuck? Yo, listen, I'll replay it.
Okay.
Listen better this time. What the hell?
He said, but
Many
okay.
Americans, millions of people are pouring into our country, and they come from prisons, and they come from mental institutions, and they're terrorists. We can't let it happen.
Shit, he said more than what I said. Like, he also said, and they're terrorists. Like, oh, what? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Do I need to play it again? Are you okay?
I'm listening. You're still making your claim. I'm listening. So him saying that is fascism based off of what you shared.
No, based on what you shared. So you said it's like fascist to like engage in like lines of reasoning that are not like rooted in reality and just like purely emotion to convince people to like support you in like also perpetuating harm. Like you actually like gave like a good example, right, of this. Like the demonization of black individuals, right? Like the promotion of like false stereotypes that black individuals are violent, aggressive, so on and so forth, right? And how that's not rooted in reality, and how the perpetuation of that is fascist by nature, right? For the reasons that you gave. Well, like guess what? This is also the perpetuation of a false stereotype about undocumented immigrants that isn't rooted in reality, that ultimately serves to that same purpose of demonization of black individuals, which is painting undocumented immigrants to be violent, painting undocumented immigrants to be aggressive by literally saying that they're coming from mental asylums, prisons, and that they're terrorists. It is like categorically the same.
I could see how that could be true. And this might make people uncomfortable, but there is statistical evidence that supports that while foundational Black Americans in general are people, there is evidence that supports that, you know.
No way. You just said it was fascist to perpetuate these stereotypes of black Americans. And now that you've learned that Donald Trump has done a categorically identical thing by stigmatizing undocumented immigrants, you are now defending said fascist premise of the stigmatization of black Americans.
What I'm saying is, if things are not founded in evidence, like the stigma of certain racial groups, including Black people, that would be absolutely wrong. However, I'm also saying if there is evidence to support something statistically significant is happening, then it is not fascism to therefore say we must be mindful of this thing.
You're the one that said it was fascist to stigmatize black Americans as violent and aggressive. You're the one that affirmed there's no evidence for that. Why are you now affirming that there might be evidence for that?
If it's not founded in evidence,
it's not.
Then it's problematic. So there's no evidence that suggests that.
Yeah, race realism isn't true.
Okay, I don't want to go back and forth on this, right?
Am I gonna have a debate about the validity of race realism with you? Is that like what we're gonna get down to? Are you serious?
We can.
Oh my god, ma'am, what the fuck are you saying? Like, I'm sorry. You understand these concepts were used for hundreds of years to subjugate people that look like you, black people. You're a black woman, to be treated as subhuman and it made into like property of white people, like per like all legal texts in this country and globally through the transatlantic slave trade. And now you want to defend the proposition that these ideas might actually be true?
No.
Okay, then what are you saying? I hope I'm confused.
I think so. And I hope someone clips this out of context. Okay. What I mean is, two things can exist simultaneously, right? And I think it's dangerous for us to pretend that we can't be mindful of, like, we can't have these conversations if evidence supports something that might be uncomfortable. So the truth of the matter is, Black American people are people and human. And there has been historical evidence to perpetuate lies about that. And then I also would say there is evidence that supports that certain groups, whether they're Black or whether they're poor or whether they're uneducated or etc., have a higher correlation than others in different others who, all things being equal, to be dangerous and violent, right? And so I wouldn't say all poor people or all Black people are criminals. I wouldn't say that. I would say, though, there is a correlation when you are poor and you are of color to experience crime more than any other group, to be either a victim of it or an arbitrator of it. That is what I'm saying.
I can't believe that, like, this is probably the first time ever on my life I've considered kicking a Black woman for perpetuating such violent anti-Black stereotypes. But
How?
I'm going to go ahead and hopefully give you some
You
of the
just
facts
did
here.
the thing again.
Because I'm sorry. What I said was true. You said there's a correlation whether you're Black, poor, or uneducated for crime. That's like insane. I hope you know that, right? But I mean, I'll give you some of the reasons why that's insane. So hopefully you're not convincing anybody watching the stream, right? So one reason why that is absolutely insane is because, for the most part, it's rooted within the 1455% statistic, saying that Black Americans account for 14% of the population. Meanwhile, they account for 55% of arrests in this country. And guess what? That is an anti-Black racist dog whistle, because although Black Americans account for 55% of the arrests in this country, they also account for damn near 85% of the exonerations in the American criminal justice system, meaning they are significantly, disproportionately over-arrested when compared to white Americans. Next fact. We see an incredibly strong correlation between poverty and crime. The lower your socioeconomic standard is on average, the higher statistical likelihood that you have of engaging in crime, not just in America, but on the global stage. And guess what? Because of slavery and its aftermath, systemic racism stemming from slavery to Jim Crow era segregation to redlining to societal stigmatization, so on and so forth, the average Black American today has A, less generational wealth, and B, a lower socioeconomic standard on average when compared to white Americans. And this is only further emboldened and perpetually perpetuated for America today and in the future due to the fact that the average white student in school is funded twice as much as the average Black student in school in America today, right? These facts and more lead to the conclusion that, as I already stated, therefore the average Black American has a lower socioeconomic standard on average compared to the average white American. So when we factor in for the fact that Black Americans are significantly more likely to be exonerated after being arrested in the American criminal justice system, and they have a lower socioeconomic standard on average compared to white Americans, if we isolate for those two variables and factor them out, I find there to be absolutely no compelling reason to conclude that Black Americans are more violent than white Americans. And by the way, this should make sense to everyone. Why would the color of your skin, why would phenotypical expressions of your person make you have a higher proclivity to violence? Okay? The only way, like, generations of millions of white Americans were were ever able to attempt to justify that was via the endorsement of things such as race realism or phrenology, suggesting that maybe black people have a different genetic code. Their brains are wired differently. There's different dimples in their skulls. But guess what? That is all misinformation. None of it is true.
Right.
So in
Right.
rejection of race realism and in considerations of systemic racism and factors including the over-arrest rates of black Americans and lower socioeconomic standards due to slavery and its aftermath, there's no reason to conclude that black Americans have a higher proclivity to violence compared to white Americans.
When we measure crime and 80% of black Americans are exonerated, I could see how that could suggest what you're saying, Dean. I think also we have to narrow it down a little bit and focus on how there's different types of crime. There's property theft, there's rape, there's all different types of crime. When we're talking about violent crime, I'm talking about things like murder. I'm talking about the intent to violently harm someone, like murder. If you look at the murder rates, can you now give me at least some grace and understanding that all things being equal, if you go to the FBI statistics and you look at the murder rates and you look at what the race of the victim was and what the race of the perpetrator was of murder specifically, disproportionately, black people have unalived more black people and more white people than white people have unalived black people or white people comparatively.
Why would I give you grace for ignorance that results in real material harm against black Americans?
That is but why would you negate the evidence? You just said
The only individual negating evidence is here because instead you want to look at you want to look at the arrest rates. You want to ignore the exoneration rates. You want to ignore socioeconomic imbalances and how socioeconomics interplays into crime, and you want to ignore like inductive lines of reasoning, factoring out for like racism, phrenology, etc., to describe how there's like no reason, even in consideration of all the facts that I've given you, why we would expect black individuals to have a natural proclivity towards higher crime rates or whatever the fuck. Like, why would I give you grace for ignorance that results in real material harm against black people?
The thing that it's difficult to have this conversation is because you have added and assumed a multitude of things about me that are inaccurate and in bad faith. What you are saying, as valid as you may believe it is, me adding the actual FBI crime rates from 2019.
We've been talking about the FBI arrest rates this whole time. The foundation of my reasons why you were wrong started off by mentioning the arrest rates.
Go ahead, Dean, respectfully, this is your platform, and I appreciate you for having me up here. I just refuse to have this conversation in good faith if you are unwilling to at least understand where I'm coming from.
I thought I gave a perfect description of where you were coming from, why it's wrong and harmful. Literally, once again, the foundation of my response to your claim that black individuals are violent or whatever, I started off by mentioning, all right, whatever your claim, would have a higher proclivity to violence?
This is the thing. This is the frustrating
thing. Okay, what was your claim? That black individuals are like more like have a higher proclivity to violence? You're like black people, poor people, and uneducated
that's
people.
That's a racist assumption. Initially, I had told you that if it's not based in evidence, it's wrong. It's a racist assumption to then take what I said about what the FBI has actually been studying, the evidence, the reality, and then to take that, and when I bring it to you, Dean, and say, these are the numbers,
remember, my argument was how like the arrest rates don't prove that black individuals have a higher proclivity to violence.
Okay, and then this is the thing. We agreed that the exoneration rates of crime are disproportionate by race. Sure. But we did not actually look at violent crime because there's many different crimes, and crime is general in the way in which you initially purported that. So if black people at 80% get exonerated, cool, I understand that, but what type of crime are we talking about? We're talking about violence, right? We're talking about harm. We're talking about murder, right? So if we look at the crime of murder, and
The
we
disproportionate exoneration rates don't go away for violent crimes.
yeah, it does. It does. It does. And so when I bring up the FBI, and they've done the numbers on this, and I bring up what they have studied, and I'm telling you what is on the FBI website. It's not me just making it up because I have an assumption. This is based off of data. You now have manipulated my point, which is not what I'm saying at all.
Wow.
But it's
Actually,
okay.
according to the National Registry of Exonerations, the exoneration rate of like Black Americans actually goes up for violent crime, right? So like for all crime, 84% of exonerations were people of color. For violent crimes, specifically homicide cases, 85% of exonerations were people of color. So they actually go up for violent crimes.
Can you provide the link or the website? Is it exoneration national registry.org?
Yeah, so it's deathpenaltyinfo.org. If you just go and you look up National Registry of Exonerations, annual report finds majority of exonerees are people of color and official misconduct is the main cause of wrongful convictions.
But there's multiple websites. So which one specifically are you looking at?
So this is once again National Registry of Exonerations annual report finds majority of exonerees are people of color and official misconduct is the main cause of wrongful convictions posted by Death Penalty Information Center.
Okay, I'm literally going to that website.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll read it off for you. This week, the National Registry of Exonerations published its annual report on exonerations that took place in 2023. According to the report, nearly 84% were people of color. Nearly 61% of the exonerees were Black, while most frequent factor in their wrongful conviction was official misconduct. 75 homicide cases, 85% of homicide exonerations in 2023 were marred by official misconduct.
So someone just mishandled the case? It was just like when there was that could literally be someone didn't turn in a specific paper or sign it, and now it's been thrown out of court.
So, I mean,
like it could also be procedural. It's not necessarily that they're innocent, you know? Like, what does that mean?
So typically courts don't tend to make procedural mistakes in the favor of Black people disproportionately. It's usually the other way around.
That is part.
Are you serious? So now you're trying to argue that like exonerated Black people are still guilty of their crimes. Where that? What the fuck?
No, I'm talking about legal procedure. If you are unable, or if there's somehow
God,
dude, I'm talking about legal procedure. Is it possible to not be laughed at?
I'm sorry. I am laughing at this because of how ridiculous it is. Like, just give me 20 seconds and I'll give you the mic, right? So I give you a source. I give you a source to demonstrate the vast disproportionate exonerations of people of color in the American criminal justice system, even in like instances of violent crime and homicide. And then your response is to suggest, well, they're probably still guilty of the crime and it was a procedural mistake.
You just said why they were exonerated. Wasn't that you said what was the word? What was the word specifically?
Official misconduct, which makes sense.
Official misconduct.
Yeah.
What does official misconduct mean?
Well, according to them, this would encompass falsifying evidence, coercing witnesses, and withholding exculpatory information.
Slow down one more time. What does that mean?
According to them, they define official misconduct to encompass falsifying evidence, coercing witnesses, and withholding exculpatory information. Yeah.
Exactly. And when I just said, Dean, that
and then like the other like 15% were like inadequate legal defenses, mistaken witness identification, and perjury or false accusation were also causes of wrongful conviction.
Right. And so when I tell you that can mean a lot of things, there could be some procedure that was like there could be some procedural failure, and they list the procedural failures, and that means that case gets thrown out. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're innocent. It's a procedural failure. Then you take what I say and misconstrue it. That's fucked up. Like, that's messed up. We're having
But like per like their own definition and classification of official misconduct, it doesn't like include like procedural failure. Is that
these
what
are okay.
it encompasses? Like falsification of evidence,
That is a
coercion of witnesses.
procedural failure.
Oh,
That is
okay.
a procedural failure.
Yeah, but
When
like
you're doing
but like
discovery-
falsifying evidence in like in attempting to demonstrate the guilt of an innocent individual wouldn't like demonstrate their guilt, right? That demonstrate like their evidence. Sorry,
It
their
is a
innocence.
procedural
Like if
failure.
but if somebody were to like procedurally fail by falsifying
That would be
evidence
an
against
example.
them, right? Well, then
Yeah,
of
that
course
would be
they're
an example.
innocent because the evidence that they were guilty was falsified.
It just means that there was a procedural failure.
But the evidence to suggest their guilt was like literally like falsified. So of course they're innocent.
Which is why the cases get thrown out, because there isn't enough. Or the
Yeah, if
evidence-
a prosecutor tries to
Doesn't-
falsify evidence, right, against
No,
somebody
okay,
that they're
but that's
charging with a
not what-
crime,
okay.
I think it's damn
There's many
damn
different
obvious
things
to
that-
assume that they're not guilty of the crime if the prosecutor's falsifying evidence against them.
But that's not what falsification of evidence could be, right? There's multiple ways that's interpreted. You are making a narrative that is not true. You're free to do that, but it's manipulative. There's many different
Wait,
things.
yes it is. What else could falsification of evidence mean?
We can literally Google it. There's many
Okay.
different.
Because all I said was falsification of evidence is like falsifying the evidence.
It could also be someone's name was misspelled. Like, it could literally be that simple. Someone's name was wrong.
On evidence?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. These
Okay,
like,
yeah, if somebody's name is wrong on
But
evidence,
what I'm saying is,
right?
it doesn't always mean a prosecutor abused their power and then tried to lie about evidence. It could simply be that the evidence that was presented, you guys said it was this man, and that is not his name. Therefore, that is invalid evidence. We cannot conclusively determine that
So,
this individual is
legally-
the same person.
So legally,
These are
so
what I'm
legally
saying,
speaking,
they're-
legally
Dean, may I
speaking,
finish?
so
Dean,
legally
may I
speaking, the
finish?
falsification of evidence refers to the illegal creation, alteration, or suppression of evidence with the intent to influence a legal case's outcome.
Okay,
Right? Because falsification of evidence is a crime.
correct. But I'm just trying to correct. I don't disagree. I just don't think it's fair to assume a prosecutor is intentionally doing all like what you just said is not accurate and it's just not accurate.
What did I say that's false?
You said a prosecutor would intentionally take evidence and falsify it. A prosecutor to win a case.
Yeah, I mean, who else is
That
gonna
is why
like?
the person-
Who
and that's
else
why
is
the
gonna like
person-
illegally create, alter, or suppress the evidence? Maybe like the prosecutor, somebody working with the prosecutor. It's gonna be like the prosecutorial team.
Of what you're saying. All I'm saying is, Dean, can you consider that there's many different ways in which misconduct can happen?
Yes, because
This-
falsification of
and it's
evidence
not-
isn't like the only way official misconduct could occur.
Yeah. And so
Like,
when
he's
I'm
like, oh, like
telling you-
cops falsifying evidence too. Yeah, the
Sure.
the
Well, there's many
prosecutorial team, including
But
like
you
the cops
understand-
for sure.
But correct. But what I'm trying to convey to you is that it's not a black and white thing. It can be that, and it can also be simply not providing evidence on time.
So not providing
that's-
evidence on time is not like.
Like when you're in the process of discovery.
But
and
that
you're trying
I
to-
don't think that's official misconduct.
What? Okay.
Like not submitting evidence on time could lead to an exoneration, but I don't think that not submitting evidence on time would be an official misconduct. If you miss discovery,
intention-
you miss discovery and the person's let off because there's no evidence against them. But it's not considered like misconduct to miss discovery. It just leads to the outcome of an exoneration, but it's not misconduct. How about while you sit on these things, I thank a handful of people.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
All right, I'm going to go to thank a handful of people here, folks. Real quick, let's see here. Attorney Eric, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat, saying caller is just out here perpetuating misinformation. Official misconduct has nothing to do with procedural error. according to an attorney. Well, I appreciate you, Mr. Attorney Eric. I would also like to thank RP Helps for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the love. RP Helps, just some love to RP. As well as Spencer, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Sorry, on Super Chat. Spencer says, hey, the numbers you are looking at only serve your narrative. Doesn't make it factual just because you're looking at just because you're looking at the FBI site. You got to look at who's running it and what the background they possess. Yeah, well, for sure, Spencer. There's like another reason to question these things, but I'd say like the main reason to question crime rates are going to be exonerations and socioeconomic standards, which are like, which is not like questioning somebody's race, which is what she's doing. As well as Matt, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Oh my God, dude, let's get 1,000 Matt W's down below in the chat for the hella amount of love. Thank you so much, my friend. Matt with 100 big ones says the problem is that her argument makes all information subjective. Trump turns his subjective opinion into lawlessness. So yeah, that was about a conversation that we're having earlier with a guest about how like, you know, she just thinks that Trump can identify anything that he thinks is misinformation as being illegal. Thank you for the $100, Matt, and you're absolutely right. As well as Josh, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat as well. And then over on PayPal, I'd like to thank Christina for the $25 on PayPal. Show some love to Christina in that chat. They say sending you this cash to kick the MAGA cultists and the uninformed lady from the live. She needs to stop talking. I appreciate you for the $25, Christina. As well as Lauren, thank you for the $5. And Carolina, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. And then Jamie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying thank you for putting up with the MAGA cultists and keeping your cool. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Tim with the $15, saying Gen Xer here who loves watching you cook these clowns and bury them in facts. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. As well as Isabel. Oh my God. Thank you for the $65 donation over on PayPal. Isabel, that is fucking insane. Please show some love to Isabel down below in that chat. Isabel with the $65 says thank you so much for everything that you've helped me educate myself on, as well as my own family to get them on the right side of history. Go you, Isabel. That is fucking awesome. And if you're able to change your family's mind, I'm really proud of you. Thank you for the $65, Isabel. As well as, let's see here, over on Venmo. Kennedy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Brooklyn with the $10 as well, saying thank you for what you do. Thank you, Brooklyn. Sammy with the $10, 20 minutes ago, saying just donating so that you could call her a cultist. She's a cultist. Thank you for the $10. Then Sarah, 37 minutes ago with the $10. Then Carissa, an hour ago with the $10. Then S, an hour ago as well with the $15. Thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate everyone so much for your kindness. If there was anybody that I missed, just know that I do apologize. I think that I was able to get everyone. If you're watching and you would like to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. But anyways, back to you. I actually just want to ask you like a question.
Wait, may I say something too? Thank you also for the people who've like sent me gifts throughout this conversation. I was a little shy and I just appreciate the support. And thank you, Dean, for letting me be up here. And even for those who think I'm a clown, thank you. Like at the end of the day, I think the fact that we can even be here and have this conversation in and of itself is evidence that this is a privilege. So thank you. Go ahead.
Earlier you said I was doing something that should be illegal.
No, I didn't.
You did. Question. One last thing here, right?
But thank you.
Back to the Constitution. One thing that I really wanted to ask you about Donald Trump's attack on the Constitution that is undeniable. There's no way to put a twist or spin on this. So I'm curious for how you're going to respond because you've attempted to put a twist and a spin on everything else.
Consolidated my, okay. There's no way anyone ever could do this thing, but I'm sure you're going to try to do it. I'm just setting you up for failure, bro, but okay.
You're muffling your mic. And yes, I am setting you up for failure, but I'm not the one that chose failure for you. You're the one that chose failure for yourself.
Okay.
Right?
All right. I don't think I don't think I'm going to lose.
So you said that Donald Trump is a constitutionalist. He defends that document, right?
No, I said conservatives value.
And you said that he was like inputting conservative values into America. And obviously conservatives value Trump. And if conservatives value the Constitution and Trump, this must imply that so does Trump. But how do you feel about the fact that on day one...
No, it doesn't.
So are you arguing that Donald Trump is indeed a threat to the Constitution?
No!
Okay, great. Well, that's the argument I'm making. So go ahead and respond to this. Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution because on day one, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law that attempted to illegally and unconstitutionally take birthright citizenship.
What was the order? Wait, hold on. The order was
14160.
14160.
And he signed this into law on January 21st, 2025. Right? And it attempted to illegally and unconstitutionally take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. I find this to be a grave mark of authoritarianism, as he circumvented around Congress, who holds the authority to change the Constitution. He circumvented around SCOTUS, who holds the authority to interpret the Constitution. And he circumvented around the Constitution in of itself by contradicting the explicit, clear text of the first section of the 14th Amendment, guaranteeing birthright citizenship to everybody born on American soil and subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Right. So I do think it raises I think it's interesting because it sounds like he's trying to redefine certain terms, not essentially get rid of the Constitution.
He doesn't have the ability to do that. The only individuals that have the ability to reinterpret what the Constitution already means would be SCOTUS, not him.
So the text of the 14th Amendment says, the Citizenship Clause specifically, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens.
Yes.
And historically, this, or at least this was to grant citizenship by birth because slaves and their children did not get legal status in this country. If your mother was a slave, you were going to be a slave. And so this amendment was specifically to guarantee Black Americans, or at least the descendants of slaves, had full citizenships. That's what the intent of the law was. In constitutionalism, there are originalists, there are people who believe that it's a living document that can evolve, right? But the understanding that it is that is the moral founding of our country, conservatives value.
Okay. So point number one, that wasn't the only intention of the 14th Amendment. Let me actually ask you this question. Do you know when the 14th Amendment was ratified?
Ratified? Okay, I could be wrong. I want to say, was it in 19? I could be wrong. Because I'm thinking about a Supreme case with the Supreme Court against.
You're right. It was in 1865. So
Okay.
the 14th Amendment was added to the Constitution in 1865, right?
Well, you said it
And
was.
they ratified the 14th Amendment.
The ratification.
Yeah, they ratified the 14th Amendment into law to protect the citizenship of Black Americans. You're right about that, because this immediately followed the Dred Scott decision from SCOTUS that determined Black individuals do not have a birthright to citizenship. But that wasn't the only reason. If you read the congressional records, right, for the congressional debate on the floor of the Senate and the House in Congress in 1865, right, when they were ratifying the amendment, right, it is a case that they specifically debated if this amendment should apply to immigrants, and to which they agreed that it should, right? And then the notion that it should also apply to immigrants was then challenged in the U.S. Supreme Court in 1897 in the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case, right? And in the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case, the Chief Justice explicitly determined, and you could read the case for yourself, that unless you're an indigenous American, a member of a foreign invading military force, or a foreign diplomat, that you have a right to birthright citizenship, and you are subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S., and the 14th Amendment does apply to you. That's what they determined, right? Meaning that not only do we have the intention of the framers, but we also have case law from the 19th century to demonstrate that I'm right and you're wrong. One last thing I'll say here is I don't think that you should look at the intention of the framers to dictate what the constitutional amendments mean. Because if you just want to base, right, the scope of constitutional amendments predicated on what you think the original intention of the framers was, well, when they drafted the First Amendment, freedom of speech was either publicly spoken or was pinned on parchment paper. Does this mean that freedom of speech shouldn't be covered for us all on Twitter today, right? When they were drafting the Second Amendment, right, the only firearms we had were muskets that could shoot, 2 times a minute. And now we have ARs that can fire 30 rounds in 5 seconds. Does this mean that ARs aren't covered under the Second Amendment today? Right? Are you now going to reject these core conservative values because that wasn't the original intention and framing of the creators of the Constitution?
I think the valid, right? But I would argue that the framers understood that this was supposed to be a document that would be the foundation of our country. And if at any point we felt as citizens that it no longer served us, it was our duty to fix that. And they essentially made that possible
Right.
with the.
They gave
So,
pathways through Congress and the Supreme Court, not by a president signing an executive order into law, reaffirming that this is a mark of authoritarianism on behalf of Trump, since he attempted to illegally change the Constitution through an improper consolidation of power to one branch and one man, compared to the ratification of a new amendment through Congress requiring 75% of a vote from close to 500
I
people.
think I think if you may let me finish, the founders gave space for changes to be made intentionally, and they were mindful of the fact that if the populace did not believe that the current constitution fit the populace's needs, it was our duty to adapt it
Oh my
and
God.
made ways for that. Therefore, Trump doing what he's doing is in his power, arguably, because from his perspective, from his perspective, the wording of that, his rewarding of it is to fit the current needs of the American populace. Things have changed.
Okay. I'm going to be honest when I say this. That's one of the most stupid things I've heard in my life in a while.
Why?
You just said that the president has the power to override the Constitution with an executive order.
No. I said the president has the ability, like, it is, okay, let me rephrase. We have a duty to evolve and adapt that constitutional document if, as a populace, we no longer think it's suiting our needs. Donald Trump and his desire to make those amendments arguably is not incorrect, because that's exactly what the founders made space for.
No, you're wrong. That was also really stupid of you to say. So the founders did make space for the Constitution to change, right? In fact,
Yes.
the Constitution is defined as a living, breathing document that is supposed to change as society.
Arguably.
Not arguably. It is. That's what it says. It's supposed to change as society changes, right? But
No.
with the founders accounted for this by creating very specific legal frameworks for the Constitution to change.
Correct.
Okay?
And as conservatives, that's what we value.
The very specific legal framework for the Constitution to change, right, would be for Congress to add a new amendment to it, or for SCOTUS to reinterpret it, right? Not for the president to issue an executive order, right?
Correct.
You can't
Correct.
change the Constitution through an executive order. An
Correct.
executive order has just as much authority, legally speaking, to change the Constitution as me going on Twitter and saying we should get rid of the Second Amendment has
So
legal
may I
authority to
suggest
change the
something?
Second Amendment. No, you may not, because you said that arguably the president has the authority to override and change the Constitution through an executive order, and you are dead wrong. When Donald Trump signed Executive Order number 14160 into law, that was an attack on the 14th Amendment and an illegal attempt to coup the protections in which it guarantees onto those in which have them, including the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. Is there any way you could tell me I'm wrong?
Yes.
Do it.
Executive orders are they're directives. They cannot change the Constitution amendments. The fact that he did this was a political strategy to bring it into the court so the Supreme Court can make their decision.
They already have.
So that's my point. It's not him trying to be authoritarian and subvert the process. He's intentionally doing this so the courts make a decision.
They
That is-
already have made the decision.
But what I'm saying is, okay, great, but it's that strategy is very different from what you're trying to suggest.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If when Biden was president, he signed an executive order into law that said the Second Amendment is null and void, okay? No American citizen has the right to buy or own any gun whatsoever, and if you do, you will be imprisoned, right? Would it be fair to call Biden an authoritarian for his illegal circumcision of the American Constitution? I would say, yeah. What would you say?
Yes, to some extent, yes. Unless, but
And
that's
why?
but
And,
wait.
and
May
why
I
would you
add?
call him an
No,
authoritarian?
don't do this.
Are,
Do not.
and you're
Just
calling
no.
him an
Steve, stop,
authoritarian
stop
because
it,
he signed an
stop.
executive order into
Steve,
law
oh
that
my God.
explicitly contradicted the
Steve,
Constitution.
you're
So
not
when
fun.
Biden
I'm
does
not
it,
having
he's
fun
an
anymore.
authoritarian.
This is not
But
fun
when
anymore.
Donald Trump does
Okay,
it, it's a political strategy.
I'm just gonna say that it would be problematic, yes. However, a conservative would understand there are checks and balances that allow this to be challenged legally, which is part of the process and what conservatives want that to continue. That's it. So we can, because the framers understood that humans are flawed, they're ambitious, they're power hungry, they're dangerous. So we need to have these checks and balances
To
so that
prevent people like Trump.
and anyone really.
So you agree that the reason
Not
we have our
Trump,
checks and
not
balances,
Donald
so you
Trump.
agree that the reason we have our checks and balances in
I'm
America
not
is
going to agree with
strictly
you
to
that.
prevent people like
No.
Trump.
No, because Trump is absolutely using the process and the institutions that exist to push forth um, to push forth change. Okay, here's a question: would you rather have a leader who like maybe fucks up a lot but is moving and changing and adapting accordingly, or a perfect leader who does nothing? What would you prefer?
Okay. Well, I think that you contradicted yourself there. Definitionally speaking, a perfect leader wouldn't do anything. So that's like saying, would you rather have X or a square that's a circle? Like, I think that's just an unintelligible sentence,
I don't
right?
I don't think I'm saying that. I'm asking you.
It's like, no, it is. It's an unintelligible sentence because I wouldn't think that a leader who does nothing is perfect.
Let me rephrase. In your perspective, a president that has full understanding of the legal process, and I mean someone who is performative but not actually doing anything, right? Like checks all your ballot boxes, ideologically and more.
If they're not actually doing anything, then they're not checking my boxes.
Oh. So what would be okay, fine, valid. Okay. I assume that you had an assumption of what a perfect leader would do.
Right.
Anyway,
a perfect leader would implement good change.
Okay, anyway, the point is, would you rather have a flawed individual who's making mistakes but is moving and trying, or someone who is cautious, takes their time, and oftentimes does not move because of not procedural, but because of it's just a way slower process to implement change. Like, would you rather have an individual who tries to go through the procedural routes, makes mistakes, corrects themselves, but keeps moving forward, or someone who's very cautious, measured, doing the same process, but doesn't actually get anything done? What would you rather have?
Right now, the person that doesn't actually get anything done. I can explain why. It'd just be less harmful for the country. It'd be better for the country. Like for instance, if we had I don't know, if we dug Jimmy Carter up from the grave and put his corpse in the Oval, I think America would be better off than it is today under Trump. Because if Jimmy Carter's corpse was president from the Oval, then the big beautiful bill wouldn't have passed and 10 million people wouldn't have lost health care. If Jimmy Carter's corpse was in the Oval, then we wouldn't have a declaration of war on American cities with a directive for our military to illegally arrest citizens in the street.
Okay. Well, regardless, right? This is still creating a form of civil duty. I think there are people in general who may have not cared, who are being active. Courts are active. Ultimately, the system that we have works, and that's why, regardless if you agree with Donald Trump as a person, it's actually creating a society where civil engagement is higher than it's ever been. younger people are being more active and concerned about their future and doing the work. You have this platform. So despite you not liking Trump personally, at the end of the day, we are doing exactly what our founders wanted us to do in order to be civil.
I'm sorry. This is just a terrible line of
I got it.
thought.
I'm a little. I'm gonna have to go, but
Yeah,
I
no,
do appreciate.
I'm going to end the conversation after this. This is such a terrible line of thought, okay? The world would be better off if I didn't need to have the platform that I do. The world would be better off if there wasn't a president of lawlessness and disorder in the Oval Office to incentivize me to come on here and do these debates. All right, you know what I mean? Like think about like all of like the historical names. One moment. Think about all the historical names of really important advocates for rights, right? And ask yourself, would the world be better off if they never had the incentive to advocate to begin with, which was the tyranny? And the answer is yes, right? You know, right? If Rosa Parks didn't have to sit at the front of the bus and get arrested because it wasn't because in this hypothetical reality, right, black individuals were not legally and socially disparaged, would the world be better off? Absolutely. You know, if Martin Luther King Jr. didn't have to advocate for all of his life and then be murdered because of systemic racism in a fight for equality, right, because black individuals in this country had equality from the get-go, would the world be better off? Yes, right? So by you attempting to tell me, right, that Donald Trump is doing a good thing by politically activating so many young Americans and advocating against the bad things he's doing, right, it's just inconceivably terrible, right?
I don't think
Terrible
so.
argument.
No,
But
because
unfortunately, I'm going to go ahead and end the debate there, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest at this point. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Wow, what a conversation, folks. Geez, let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. What a conversation, you guys. That one lasted for like a little over an hour. My God. If, like I said, you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, go ahead and hop in that queue for me and we'll happily get you up here. We got IB loading up in right now. There's also a handful of people that I'd like to thank while our next guest is loading up. Emma, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, saying, I've never put my head in my hands inside and almost cried because of exhausted frustration more than while listening to this conversation. Thank you for sticking it out despite how head bashing it is. You are incredibly talented and needed. Jesus, Emma. I'm sorry, Emma. Thank you for the $15. No, show some love to Emma. Jeez. As well as Ashley, thank you for the $5. Jessica with the $5. And Sammy with the $5. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. As well as Zach 20 minutes ago, I appreciate you for the $21 over on Venmo. Zach with the 21 bucks says, can you talk more about how Trump is a fascist by definition? I think that point got lost in the argument so fast. Thank you for all that you do. Yeah, you know, thinking back, I actually don't think we went through like the individual tenets and how Trump fulfills them. Yeah, we'll have to do that at some point in this stream. Thank you for the 21 bucks, Zach. Show some love to Zach down below. And what is going on, new guest? Do you support Trump? Hello? All right, they're not even here, so we're going to go to kick them. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that chat if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We'll happily get you loaded up into the live for our debate. And like I said, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, folks. Just make sure that we're also double tapping on that phone screen. And then Veronica, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying, as a black woman, thank you for standing up for what is right in this ridiculous conversation. Well, Veronica, I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for the $20 donation. And thank you so much for your kindness. Let's get 200 big Veronica W's down below. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello?
R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
Okay, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, and your band. Moving on to the next guest. Holy crap, you guys. Right now we have over 17,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok. I wonder if one of the 17,000 people watching supports Trump as president. What's up, Ali? Do you support Trump? Andy?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm from Iraq, and I would like to talk to you about this
Okay, like,
conversation. This topic.
yeah, just quickly. What time is it for you?
Actually, I don't support Trump. I hate Trump.
Oh, based, Andy. You have a good rest of your day. We're just looking for people that support him. Let's go to get that next guest up here. And like I've said a handful of times, I'll just go and repeat it again. If you want to support me, if you want to support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in that pin message over in that YouTube stream. I get 100% of those proceeds. They all go to me, and I can even give you a shout out and read off any and all attached messages to those donations. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say thank you as a black man. I'm proud, of you, and I'm happy that you are saying all these good, positive things, and it's helpful to have somebody know.
Thank you for your
I'm
comments,
out of words. But thank you for everything you're doing.
Listen, bro, I appreciate you for coming up here. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and thank you so much for your kind words. You take care. You take care. What a nice guy. I appreciate that, man. What a nice guy. W guest. However, I will request to please only keep the guest requests to Trump supporters. But the guy was a big W. What's up, Jackson? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
18 years old.
And what year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
June.
You'd be 19. Moving on to the next guest. Let's get that next guest connected. We got Miss Anderson loading up into the live. Josh, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Dad! I'm up here again!
I'll go ahead and take that as a new. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, please follow the rules. I would really appreciate that if you would follow the rules, everyone. Please. Dear Lord. Chad, my headphones. I hear static in my headphones. I think that I'm not even kidding. I think that literally broke my right headphone. I'm not even joking. It's all crackly now.
You gotta try to survive that as a Neanderthal is, you realize what they are, right? They're
okay, Jake's doing something else. He's talking to someone. We're gonna get that next guest up here. Victoria, thank you for the galaxies. Thank you so much, Victoria. As well as, let's see here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up, man?
Do you support Trump? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I do support him.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 26.
26 and pro-Trump. Awesome, bro. Real quick, Natalie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying I work night shift as a CNA in a hospital, and I truly don't know how you could support Trump and claim you're passionate about people. I agree with you, Natalie. Thank you for all the work you do as a CNA, and appreciate you for the $5. Go ahead and take it away, man. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your 26 years of life, Mr. Donald Jimothy Trump?
Well, I felt that I was down to two choices, and
because you were.
I didn't in the last vote, and I didn't want to support anyone else. You know who I mean by that, Kamala Harris. He's done some tax reforms, tax cuts, job acts in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
He did prove to increase the stock market in the last presidential campaign. Also, I felt that Kamala Harris she didn't know what she was talking about. She was very slow when she was talking.
She spoke slowly?
Yeah.
So usually speaking slowly is a sign of higher intelligence and a better understanding about what you're speaking.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying slow. It's when she would try to come up with arguments, and when someone asked her a specific argument, she would just blank out. And did you know that they edited a campaign that she did where
when you said that she was talking slowly, it would take her a while to respond to a question or something? She process her response slowly?
To process a good response, yeah.
Oh, so are you? I'm so sorry. I'm just lost. You're using the word slow derogatorily there? Yeah, don't use derogatory language. That's
yeah. I would. Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't say derogatorily. I would just say that she. Did you know that they made a whole thing on CNN or Fox or something where she answered a bunch of questions, and then they edited that for other people that support her, so that it looks like she's actually answering them very smartly.
Okay. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. It wasn't CNN, it wasn't Fox News. You're talking about the 60 Minutes interview. Yeah, the claim from the right, I'll just go ahead and fill in the blanks for you since you don't know your own argument. So it was cut up and chopped up to make yourself look better. When in all reality, they just cut out the ums, ands, and buts, and they've actually done that for every single 60 Minutes interview they've ever done with any candidate for the presidency in the last 65 years. Not to mention that they offered the same interview. They offered the same. They offered the same interview availability to Trump to go on in 60 Minutes, and he's actually the first presidential candidate in American history to decline it. Right? What's next?
Why did he win the presidency?
Why did Trump win the presidency? Like descriptively, I think he won the presidency because a lot of people were succumbed to his propaganda, especially surrounding the misinformation about how the Biden-Harris administration caused a lot of the negative economic outcomes of the pandemic. But keep in mind, the question isn't descriptively why did Trump win the presidency, but rather why do you support him as president?
I support him because I had to choose between two different people, and he was the better option.
And why is
If a
that?
better Democrat came,
So why do you think he was a better option?
Kamala Harris,
Kamala Harris.
just she was slow. She wasn't slow,
Dude,
but
I told you,
everything.
stop referring to people as slow. That's derogatory. It's like you shouldn't do that. Like, dude, what the fuck?
Okay,
Especially
just
Kamala
think about
Harris.
it like this. You said, have you ever watched an entire debate that she went through, like a whole thing from end to end?
Yeah, I watched the totality of the debate that she had with Donald Trump, where she stomped on him so unbelievably hard that he left with such a bruised ass. He started espousing various conspiracies, ranging from accusing her of having an earpiece where other individuals were feeding her answers, into colluding with the two ABC moderators and getting the questions beforehand. It was
Okay, that's a
brutal
conspiracy.
for him.
That's a conspiracy. He calls her crooked Kamala, but just think about it with an open mind. He only puts names and labels to try to gain people's attention. When he actually does support good things. Like, think about all the things that he was the first president in the inauguration speech that had like a lot of different arguments that a lot of different things that he would do as soon as he became president, and he did do them, did he not?
Yeah, no, he actually fell through on like vast majority of his promises. How about this? You tell me a promise that he fulfilled, then I'll tell you a promise that he didn't fulfill, and we'll see who runs out first. Go ahead.
Okay. He fulfilled a promise where he said that he would change the Gulf of America, to the Gulf of America.
Did he even promise that before the election? I mean, chat, can you like weigh in on this? I don't know if he promised that before the election. If he did, like, sure, I'll give that one to you, and we'll just continue to go. No, it looks a little divided. Yeah, I don't remember him promising that before the election. Can you show me where he promised that before the election?
I can pull it up, I guess, but that's all right. That's not.
Yeah, no, do it. Do it. Pull it up.
That's just a small one, I guess. We
can-
can move on to a different one.
Okay. So I'll take it. You actually
promised-
can't pull it up?
I'll look it up right now.
I just a verifiable promise he made.
Did he promise to Gulf of America?
While you're looking that up, Claudia, thank you for the $15 on Venmo for my next coffee. Saying your next coffee on me. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Thank you so much, Claudia. I fucking love coffee. So that means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Let's show some love to Claudia down below in that chat for the $15. As well as Lizzie, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Amelia with the $5 over on PayPal. And Blacks, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. That is BLAX. Thank you so much, Blacks. That is so incredibly kind of you. With the 50 big ones, Blacks says, support your brother. Thank you. Honest and facts. Thank you so much, Blacks. Let's get fucking 500 Blacks W's down below in that comment section. That is BLAX. Thank you so much, bro. That is seriously so fucking kind. That is an incredible amount of money, bro. Shout out to you, my friend.
Okay, so I can't find it. So do you want to keep going or not?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you've actually failed to name one promise he's fulfilled. I'll go ahead and name one that he hasn't fulfilled. He promised to cut the price of groceries on day one so fast your head would spin. Now we are close to 9 months into his administration, and the price of groceries has only gone up.
Okay, that's true. But how about the stock prices? The stock prices have gone up as well. Have you seen those?
So we could have a debate about the stock market after we finish out our conversation on your claim that he's fulfilled so many promises. So it's your turn. Right now it's one for row. Can you name a promise he's fulfilled? Because we're still going back and forth. So far, I've been able to name one promise he didn't fulfill.
Deploy troops to the border, sure.
Deploy troops to the border. How many and when did he do it?
He did it immediately.
Okay, and he put some troops down there. Okay, I remember that. Okay, I don't know if he promised that. My gut reaction is he probably did. So, okay, there's one of the promises he fulfilled. So now it's my turn again. He promised to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one, over 9 months into his term, and Russia's actually dropped the most monthly missiles they ever have on Ukraine since the beginning of his second administration.
Okay, that's a fact, but he hasn't had much luck with Vladimir Putin, who's just been sending bombs. He's not in total control of that, is he?
Right, but it
But
just
you're
means that he
right. That
failed
is
to
a
pull through on his
promise.
promise.
Yes, you're right.
2-1,
You're
your
right on
turn.
that. Okay, revoke birthright citizenship.
Oh, yeah, guess what? He didn't fulfill that promise because although he tried to play Mr. Authoritarian, the court shut him down.
Okay, I'm down 1 or 2. Fine. It doesn't mean he didn't try to complete these promises. I don't know why we have to debate on whether he completed those promises or not.
Oh, because he failed to like fulfill the promise, and your claim was that he fulfilled a bunch of promises, right? Keep in mind, by the way, do you support that promise of trying to like illegally infringe on the Constitution to take birthright citizenship away from people?
No, I actually don't.
Oh, okay. So thank you for naming something incredibly bad and authoritarian that Donald Trump promised to do if he won the presidency. Good to know that you still voted for him after that.
I did, but it's not about that. It's about choosing someone that can actually lead versus someone that can't.
Oh, why would you say that Kamala Harris can't lead?
She tried all these different tactics of showing that she's somehow overpowering and she can be a good person in power, but she didn't win the presidency because of all the people that saw that she's
because she lost the election, therefore she could never lead. Who lost the election in 2020?
He did.
So in 2021, you believe that Donald Trump was a bad leader?
No, I didn't.
Oh, but you just told me because Kamala Harris lost the election, therefore she's a bad leader. Why don't you say because Donald Trump lost the 2020 election in 2021, you would obviously therefore have thought that Donald Trump was a bad leader? Maybe the reason why you think that given the facts, you're a hypocrite, but maybe the reason why you think Kamala Harris is a bad leader realistically has nothing to do with the fact she lost the election because you thought she was a bad leader before the election. Right?
I did. Yes.
Right? So it had nothing to do with the fact that she lost the election. So why did you think she was a bad leader? I'm actually going to posit this. I think it's possible the reason why you think she's a bad leader is because she's a woman. Prove me wrong by giving me a legitimate reason.
Because she's a woman. Why would you say that?
Yeah, because I'm just not hearing any like good reason from you. So it just seems like an extension of misogyny. Like I said, you have an open mic to prove me wrong, right? You would prove me wrong here by naming the good reason why she'd be a bad leader.
I would listen to her debates. I would listen to the people supporting her. And I would listen to the way that she tried to make arguments. And when she made those arguments, I could pull up a video and then find exact sentences that she said that were just like, that doesn't make any sense. And when she says something that doesn't make any sense, I'm like, how can I vote for someone that doesn't make sense when they're talking?
Okay. So am I the only one that heard like Donald Trump 2 days ago say that you shouldn't vaccinate your babies because it's too much liquid?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah. Did you hear that one? Well, he did. So at this press conference, he talked about how you shouldn't vaccinate your babies because it's too much liquid. Does that make any sense? Or like when he said that coal was clean, did that make any sense? Or when he said that windmills cause cancer, did that make any sense? Or when he denied human-caused climate change, did that make any sense?
No, I get what you're saying.
Or chat, you guys gotta help me out with this one. What about that one clip where he's like, do not take Tylenol, it bad. And he just like said like something that just made no sense at all. Like grammatically speaking, it bad. Tylenol, don't take it. Some shit like that. Like what was the like specific wording there? That definitely didn't make any sense. Or, have you heard the Sharks and Battery rant? I'm going to play you the Sharks and Battery rant.
So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark.
I get your point.
I watched some guys justifying it.
Okay, so you get the point. Wait. What about this one?
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it.
And if you can't live, if you
Okay, so do you think that Donald Trump is a bad leader because of like the various different clips and instances that I just either referred to or played for you on live of him just
Good
making no
point.
sense at all?
That's a valid point, and I still think he's a good leader because they make mistakes when they're talking. They do, both
Okay,
of
okay,
them.
okay. So then you arguing that Kamala Harris is a bad leader because you could find a clip about her talking about like coconuts and falling out of a tree or whatever the fuck, right? It's
Yeah,
just completely null
exactly,
and void and
exactly.
invalid, right?
You're right. You're right.
Right.
All
So
right.
then why is she a bad leader?
I can give you more reasons. Let's say her what she was trying to propose, right? What was she trying to propose?
Is
Give
that a
me some of the
question to
things.
me?
Yeah, like what are the main things she was trying to propose? What do you know about Kamala that would have made you vote for her?
Oh, you think that you're going to make an argument that she was a bad leader because of the policy that she ran on?
Yeah.
Okay, explain to me how reducing the prices of houses, but the pricing of houses, my apologies, by offering first-time homebuyers a $25,000 subsidy to pay for their down payment, while also paying for the total cost of the subsidy program over the course of the next 10 years by increasing the corporate tax rate by 3% is a bad idea. Explain to me how nearly doubling the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 for the next 4, and $3,000 from the ages of 5 to 17, when increasing the child tax credit in 2021 under the American Rescue Plan reduced childhood poverty by 40% is a bad idea. Explain to me how cutting the taxes of
Okay, let's start with the
135
first one.
million
Let's start
American
with the first
workers in the low and middle class, when we're at a point in American history where we have the same level of income and equity that France had prior to their French Revolution, is a bad idea. Explain to me how granting Medicaid a greater renegotiated ability with private pharmaceutical companies so they could buy drugs for lower costs, estimated by the Treasury to save our government $500 billion over the course of the next 10 years, is a bad idea. You know, same thing with the policy that she ran on to limit the amount that any private citizen could pay out of pocket for private pharmaceutical drugs on an annual basis to $2,000 per year is a bad idea. How are any of these policies a bad idea?
Okay, I can't say all of them are bad. Sure, some of them have good prospects, possibly. Maybe the first one with the home buyers, thinking that, hey, we can just offer 25,000 when America's already in debt. That might be a little bit of a problem because you have people. That's our tax money going to those home buyers, isn't it?
Well, so actually, as I said, if you were listening to me when I was speaking, the total cost of the subsidy program was estimated to cost $1.2 trillion. Meanwhile, her tax policy included a marginal increase in the corporate tax rate, which, according to the Treasury, would raise $1.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. So, isolating for this policy specifically, and that secondary policy of increasing the corporate tax rate, she actually would have net made our government $200 billion in the next 10 years. But if you're concerned about government spending and you want to calculate the efficacy of one's leadership based upon their proposition for how much they want to spend, well, then you'd argue that Donald Trump is the worst president in American history, since he just passed the most expensive policy in American history. That policy being the Big Beautiful Bill, which was estimated by the CBO to cost our government $4.5 trillion over the course of the next 10 years.
I was looking at that bill. That's not something that I was supporting clearly. I mean, we're going to see how that's going to work out, of course.
Right, but you just try to argue that Kamala Harris was a bad leader because she wanted to make our government $200 billion over the course of the next 10 years. But now Donald Trump is a good leader, even though he just spent $4.5 trillion on the most expensive
they
bill
all want
ever.
to, but what did Trump do in the beginning with Elon Musk when he appointed him? Did he not save a lot of money with Doge or whatever?
Oh, yeah, so they were able to save $200 billion, but then he spent $4.5 trillion.
Yeah, but he already did save that money. That money that he just is saying to be spent, the 4.5 trillion, that's happening right now, right?
What's 4.5 trillion minus 200 billion?
Okay, yeah, that's why they were having that fight with Elon Musk.
Can
right?
you tell me? Can you tell me like what is 4.5 trillion minus 200 billion?
You don't have to insult my intelligence.
I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm asking you a question.
It's 4.2 billion.
Oh, it's actually 4.3 trillion.
Okay.
No worries.
Trillion.
No worries. So it's 4.3 trillion. So do you know how much money the Biden-Harris administration signed into debt-related spending in 4 years?
No, tell me.
4.3 trillion. So in other words, accounting for all the cuts that Doge made, Donald Trump spent as much as the Biden-Harris administration did in 4 years with one bill, accounting for the cuts that Doge made.
So tell me, let's talk about that bill for a second.
No, because remember, you're trying to tell me why you think that Kamala Harris was a bad leader, right?
Okay, yeah, we can keep talking about that as well.
Right, because we just haven't heard any reason yet. Has anyone watching heard any reason? Because I haven't.
I mean, she's okay. Let's just talk about Democrats in general. Then.
No, we're not going to talk about Democrats in general. We're going to talk about Kamala Harris. You said she was a bad leader.
Kamala Harris, while she was supporting, did she not support any of the people that were going to jail, the immigrants? Did she not? There was that one, I forget his name, but she would always, while she was trying to lead or trying to go for presidency, there was a lot of support for all the people that would go to jail that were immigrants, right? There was a lot of different problems going on about how, hey, the people going to jail are immigrants and we need to let them out just because they have families and such like this. Okay?
What?
Do you see where I'm going with this? Because
no, maybe if you were talking about like mass deportation, I'd understand where you're going, but now you're saying immigrants in jail, so I have no clue what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the people that. Okay, so do you agree with having the border open?
Oh, now you're pivoting, right? Because remember, you just tried to tell me that Kamala Harris is a bad president.
She wanted to keep the border open, right?
Oh, so is the border open under the Biden-Harris administration?
Yes.
And how do they open it?
They left it open. Anybody could enter.
Oh, they left it open?
Yeah, illegal immigrants could enter. Yes.
So if they left it open, then that means that Trump opened it in his first term before they were in the presidency?
Did Trump open it in his first term?
Yeah, because if they just merely left it open, that would mean that it was open when they walked into office.
No, Trump wasn't the president before Kamala Harris. Who was the president right before Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris has never been president. She was vice president.
I mean, you know what I mean. Who was the president before the last election?
Trump.
No, Trump literally just started.
Then who was it? If it wasn't Trump, who was it?
He lost. Remember, he lost, and then he went again.
Who was president before Biden?
Okay, yeah, it was Biden. That's what I meant.
So who was president before Biden?
Trump. So are you saying that Biden opened it or Trump?
I thought you just told me that Trump wasn't president before Biden. Now you're saying he was. So which one is it?
No, I said he was president before Biden, but who was president before the election?
Before the 2020 election, Trump was president. And my question to you was, what did the Biden-Harris administration do to open the border? And then you said they left it open, which means when they walked into office, the border was already open and they left it that way. Right?
Okay, well that's not true. I thought you meant.
Okay, so let's just get the facts.
Opened the border?
Let's just get let's just get the facts clear here. When Biden and Harris walked into office, was the border opened or closed?
Closed.
Okay, so that means that they had to change something to open it, right?
Yes, they opened it.
And what did and how did they open it? Right, and what did they do to open the border?
I don't know. They passed policies or whatever to open the border.
Which
and they allowed illegal.
Which policies?
I mean, we can look it up. That only takes a second to look up, but illegal immigrants were entering the border.
Take that second. Do it. You just said it would be so easy to look it up and find it. Do it.
Okay, I'm doing it. Go ahead, talk about your millions of dollars you're getting from Democrats.
About my donations?
Yeah. Do that while I'm doing this.
With pleasure. Rachel, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel. Rachel says, is Kamala Harris not making sense, or is what she's saying just beyond his ability to understand? And shoot for the latter. Thank you for the $5, Rachel. As well as Leah, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Leah down below that chat, folks. Leah says, keep finding the good fight. I really appreciate you for that love, Leah. And then REI, thank you for the $20 on Venmo as well, saying, in a world where critical thought is dwindling towards extinction, you are such a breath of fresh air. Please keep doing the good work. Thank you so much, REI. That is so fucking kind of you. Let's get 200 Leah and 200 REIWs down below, as well as Brandy. Thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo, saying for fighting against the cult. Thank you so much, Brandy. Victoria with a $10 saying, thank you for making me feel sane. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you for supporting me. I appreciate you for supporting the stream. Thank you for the $10, seriously. As well as Catherine. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying this is for you to treat your beautiful girlfriend. Dude, you know I got a soft spot in my heart for the donations geared towards her. Thank you, Catherine. Seriously, let's get 300 Catherine W's. That is so fucking kind. As well as Jess, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying your patience never ceases to amaze me. Thank you, Jess. As well as Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying, and I quote, smart people don't like me. Donnie, they're just now coming in. Cassidy right now with a $5 on Venmo says, not sure what this guy's on about, but here's your DNC payment. Thank you, Cassidy. As well as Gabby, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. 1 second, I'm still reading this off. Thank you so much. Just give me a moment. And Gabby, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Gabby, that is so fucking kind of you. Holy shit. Show some love to Gabby down below in that chat saying here's $50 towards a new pair of headphones. Last guess was an insane conversation. Thank you for what you do. Gabby, as always, thank you so much for your kindness. You are always here supporting me. Please show some love to Gabby down below. Gabby, seriously, that is so fucking kind. As well as I'm going to call you In. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal as well. In says W. / Canadian who lives and works in the US here. Thank you for keeping me informed and educated and fighting the good fight. And thank you for fighting the good fight for those that can't. Thank you so much for your kind message, as well as the $50. That is so incredibly kind and generous. Seriously, thank you everyone so much for your kindness. You guys have been so incredibly generous today. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. And you know, as I'm reading out all these messages, you could attach a message and I'll read it out on live too. 2 more here. Joe, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Grace with the $10 saying, and I quote, you think you just fell out of a coconut tree. Thank you guys. As well as Caitlin, thank you so much for the $20 super chat on YouTube saying here to contribute to your millions of dollars. Dude, thank you for the $20. As well as Coral with the $20 as well on super chat saying, dude is so lost. Keep up the good work and happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you as well. And then I think we just got one other new one in here real quick. Jojo, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. With this smiley face. Thank you, Jojo. As well as REI with a $20 as well, saying more for the girlfriend. Get her some flowers for me. Well, thank you, Ray. Show some love to REI, pronounced Ray, for the $20 in the chat. Jojo for the 40. Thank you so much. Sydney with the $5 from the DNC, and Sarah with a $10 as well. Thank you so much, you guys, so much for the love. You guys are so fucking kind. But anyways, man, go ahead and tell us all, what is that open border policy that Biden and Harris passed?
Yeah, so it's not the one they passed. It's actually the ones that they closed that Trump had opened or made. They closed them, and then when they closed those policies, that's when all the illegal immigrants started flooding into America legally, basically. They were not.
Okay. What policies did they close or stop?
Migrant protection protocols, Title 42, and those are the main two.
Yeah. So, A, what are the migrant protection protocols? And B, Title 42 expired, right? So Title 42 was only constitutional to be in effect when there was a declared public health emergency, that public health emergency obviously being COVID. But then the moment that declaration was officially ended by the government, Title 42 is thereby unconstitutional to remain in effect.
Okay, that's fine. So the migrant protocols, MPP, remain in Mexico. This policy required asylum seekers to wait in Mexico while their U.S. immigration cases were processed.
Okay.
So you understand that, right?
Yeah, I have a question. Are the asylum processes legal?
Of course, when they are processed.
Right. So them ending this bill that only affected legal immigrants had nothing to do with illegal or undocumented entry.
No, but don't you think that the people entered the U.S. when this protocol was gotten rid of?
Yeah, like legal immigrants, legal asylum seekers, right? But they're not undocumented. They're legal. That's a legal process.
So why do we have so many more illegal immigrants when this protocol was closed?
Well, I will happily explain what actually caused an increase in undocumented entry, but we need to first be able to agree that the Remain in Mexico policy had nothing to do with like the state of undocumented entry because it was something that only impacted legal immigrants. One, for instance, the Remain in Mexico policy was signed into law by Trump in 2019. Does this mean that before 2019 in his first term, he had an open border too?
Okay.
Did it?
No.
Oh, but I thought you just said because they stopped the Remain in Mexico policy that opened the border. So obviously, before Donald Trump started the Remain in Mexico policy, his border was open too.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess I can't find exactly where it says that they all flooded in during Biden's protocol or Biden's protocols.
Right. So can you name anything that they did? Anything? Like, I'm giving you a chance. I think that you're the best shot you have right now is the Remain in Mexico policy, but I explained how that's redundant due to the fact that the Remain in Mexico policy only impacted legal immigrants, and while it was in effect, only kept 60,000 asylum seekers in Mexico, which, by the way, it was like really bad. It put them in a human rights disaster. The Remain in Mexico policy is terrible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just looking then. I mean, all right, go ahead and tell me then. I'm in agreement with you. Maybe you can turn me into a Democrat or whatever.
What caused an increase in undocumented entry under the Biden-Harris administration was a backlog of legal means of entry due to COVID and Title 42, and B, caused by an increase in incentive for immigration to the U.S. due to the instability of the socioeconomic conditions of many countries south of America due to the pandemic, and C, due to Donald Trump's own rhetoric, just saying the border was right on open, right? And, the Biden-Harris administration attempted to respond to these facts by advocating for a bipartisan border bill to be passed through Congress that would have hired significantly more judges to process legal claims of immigration, removing the incentive for undocumented entry. But Trump actually told Republicans in the House and Senate to torpedo that bill because it was so good that it would have made the Democrats look good prior to the election and probably would have lost him the election if it passed.
I hear you. So, but you can see that Trump was very with border control, right?
I actually don't think that. I think that he's kind of like against border patrol because he is not implementing any good long-term proactive solutions to reduce undocumented entry, such as focusing on the delays with illegal means of entry. Everyone in the chat is spamming.
It takes years. It takes years for their chat. There's spamming Epstein.
Epstein. Actually, is there anything else that you want to talk about at the border? Can I ask you about that? I guess we haven't talked about Epstein all day.
Okay, so, the border, he wants it to be closed, right?
You're doing nothing for your point. Because remember, you're supposed to be arguing that the Biden-Harris administration opened the border, and now somehow you're saying, well, Donald Trump wants it to be closed. That doesn't tell us anything about how the Biden-Harris administration opened the border. I fear as if this debate is getting pretty redundant.
They didn't make it. They left it open though. They weren't going to do anything about closing. You said that. What did they say that they said?
Wait, I thought we just went over the bipartisan border bill that they pushed for, gained populist support for, that Trump torpedoed. I thought that we just talked about that bill.
Okay, but how come when you associate your ideas of Trump, don't you think, hey, he's the guy that's trying to...
No, Brett, don't pivot. Where you just said that they did nothing to attempt to fix the issues at the border. I told you that they advocated for this bipartisan border bill that was really good, and then Donald Trump torpedoed it. Don't move off of that point so easily. Respond.
All right, so he torpedoed a bill that said what?
Yeah, that said that they wanted to spend an additional few $1 billion on hiring more judges for immigration courts along the southern border to expedite the pace at which legal claims of immigration were processed, to reduce the time it would take to become a legal immigrant, making it more attainable for more people, when it is the fact that it is so unattainable that incentivizes so much undocumented entry.
Okay, so you're saying that because it was a timely matter, because of the timely matter of getting into the U.S. legally, that's why people were entering illegally, right?
Yes.
Okay, but what about the people entering illegally because of this? He wants to stop that completely by just cutting off the border, right?
I have no clue what you're saying. And no,
He wants to
literally
keep the
no clue.
border. He wants to keep the border as controlled as possible.
But remember, we're not talking about Trump. We're still talking about your claim where you said that the Biden-Harris administration did nothing to help fix the issues at the border. I don't understand why you keep I don't understand why you keep bouncing back to Trump. You bounce back to Trump again, this conversation's over, right? Because right now, what we're supposed to be debating has nothing to do with Trump, and it has all to do with your claim that they did nothing to help fix the issues at the southern border. I described a policy that they tried to pass.
I'll agree with you. They did something. They did something to make it timely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So then, once again, this all wraps right back around to your original point of the fact that you support Trump today because you thought Kamala Harris was a bad leader. So far in our conversation, you have given no reason for me to believe that. Any other reasons why you think she's a bad leader? You started off with the way that she spoke, proved you wrong. You then went to her saying things that didn't make sense, proved you wrong. You then went to her ability to debate, proved you wrong. You then went to her having bad policy, proved you wrong. You then went to her endorsing an open border, proved you wrong. Do you have any other reasons why you think that she's a bad leader that made you support the 34-count felon adjudicated rapist that was best buddies with Epstein and sending him letters depicting the picture of a naked woman, or in my mind, a naked girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," who is now trying to cover up those files so hard to the extent of calling it an act of hostility to vote for their release in Congress, while also saying that the Epstein files are made up Democratic hoax?
Yeah, I want to finish on the border subject.
I thought that we did, right? Because keep in mind, you just conceded that the Biden-Harris administration did not oversee an open border, and they're actively trying to pass good policy to help fix some of the issues at the southern border that Donald Trump thwarted them in, right? And your original claim was that Kamala Harris is a bad leader because she supports an open border, and you conceded that that's false. So that conversation's over, right? So can you give one singular good, compelling reason why Kamala Harris is a bad leader?
I wouldn't say it's over because she tried to spend money to not patrol the border to make things more timely for the immigrants, right?
That's what a good leader does.
Okay, yes, but it was already out of hand. Did she do anything that made it so that, hey, we have already all these illegal immigrants, are we going to do anything to get them out? Did she say anything about that?
Well, I mean, they supported the deportation of undocumented immigrants with prior violent criminal offenses, but she didn't support a full mass deportation like Trump, and I think that mass deportation is terrible. So I'm happy that she didn't support a full mass deportation. Bad leaders do mass deportations because of how bad they hurt the country and how inhumane and absolutely terrible they are. That's something bad leaders do, not good leaders.
You said, okay, I hear your point, but you say they're inhumane, it's bad, mass deportation, very bad. I hear your reasons, but think about the actual people that are affected by the illegal immigrants that did get, like, people that did get hurt. What do you think they would say about mass deportation?
Oh, well, I would hope that they would identify that if an undocumented immigrant hurt them, that isn't good reason to then turn around and stigmatize all undocumented immigrants, especially considering the statistical fact that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes in this country. And if we want to talk about, well, what might people have to say about those that hurt them, and should we honor their feelings in response to those that hurt them, what would you what do you think E. Jean Carroll would say about the fact that a man who raped her in 1994 is now the president of the United States of America? Seriously, what do you think she would say?
Okay, we can't put that in fact. Has he been convicted of that?
Yeah, a jury did determine that he was guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll. He was held civilly liable for it. So yeah, what do you think she would say about him being president? What do you think she'd say? Seriously.
She would say it's terrible, of course, but
okay,
we have to continue our topic.
So we should honor that, right? In the same way you just suggested that, oh, what would somebody say that was attacked by an undocumented immigrant? That all undocumented immigrants are violent and we need to get them all out. We should. So if you're saying we should honor that,
I didn't say all.
Should we also because E. Jean Carroll was raped by Donald Trump, right? And she would say it's terrible that he's president today. We should honor that too, right? Right, we should actively not support Donald Trump because he's an adjudicated rapist, right?
Why are you pivoting the entire argument based on feelings? Because I said if someone got hurt, think about it like this: if 1 out of 100 people that are illegal immigrants is a sexual offender, wouldn't you want all 100 people out just to get that one out?
No.
Why?
because I would instead make the scope of my deportation operation specifically to direct the funding to agencies such as Homeland Security and ICE into focusing on undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses, such as being a sexual offender. So then we could get more undocumented immigrants that actually are violent offenders out of the country or put in jail. Because when we instead reallocate the focus of the scope to all undocumented immigrants compared to just those with prior violent offenses, we end up disproportionately deporting less with prior violent offenses.
Okay, would you say it's impossible to find just one or two that are actual?
I would actually, can you please just repeat what I just said? Can you repeat the argument that I just gave you?
You were telling me how, hey, the people that are like messed up, if we can't find those people that are sexual offenders, we have to allocate more resources to get those sexual offenders out.
You didn't listen to a word that I said. I'll say it again. Okay. Right. So if we want to deport people that are like genuinely bad people, like undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenders such as SA, or if with prior violent offenses such as SA, right? We'll be able to do so significantly more productively if we only focus on them compared to focusing on every undocumented immigrant. And that's a fact.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. So if you just focus on them, how much more time, how much more resources are you going to have to put in just to only focus on them?
It actually takes less time and less resources since your scope of operations is smaller.
See, what are you saying there? Scope of operations. You look at 100 illegal
immigrants. The scope of operation of wanting to deport like 11 million undocumented immigrants compared to like maybe like 10,000 undocumented immigrants. The scope of operation is significantly smaller. So with like the same amount of time and the same amount of resources, you are going to be significantly more effective in deporting 10,000 people compared to 11 million.
Okay, yeah, but think about it logically. How are you going to find 10,000 in 11 million people? How are you going to find those 10,000? You just told me how. You're going to allocate more resources to finding those 10,000, right?
How are you going to find undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses?
Yes.
I would go ask Homeland Security. Why are you asking me?
No, so that's your argument, that you would go ask Homeland Security, but the problem is right now they're having this issue and they're like, we don't know what to do. So how are they getting those people out? They're
what is this guy saying? Wait, did the Biden-Harris administration do a mass deportation of all undocumented immigrants? No, right? And that's actually why.
Should have, is what I'm saying.
They
should have supported it.
You understand that's why they had higher deportation rates of specifically undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses compared to Trump today. They had higher deportation rates of undocumented immigrants with violent offenses on their record compared to Trump today, because unlike Trump, they only focused on undocumented immigrants with criminal offenses on their records compared to Trump focusing on all.
They would have a higher ratio then, wouldn't they? They would have a higher ratio.
No, it's not ratio. It's rate of arrests and deportations. Amount, number. They literally deported more people quarterly, right, with prior violent criminal offenses than Trump is today.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but think about it this way. Did they document all the mass deportation, the ones that were criminals? No, because they don't know which ones were criminals. They just
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
How do we know?
Go to ice.gov/statistics. You could literally select a drop-down box for selecting arrests and deportations made of undocumented immigrants with prior violent criminal offenses. You could literally do that.
Okay, and you're telling me that these prior offenses, they have them in America, that those are the offenses, or they have them in Mexico too? How do we know the cartel ones that were the ones that were in cartels?
Because countries share information with one another, like Interpol and like other like global databases of crime information.
So you're telling me that they're able to pinpoint every single one of those undocumented or illegal immigrants, and they're able to find out which ones are
I just have a question. What are you trying to argue right now? Does anyone like clearly understand what he's arguing?
Deportation is.
Wait. Are you saying that? Oh, I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that we need to do a mass deportation because you're sure that there's some undocumented immigrants that are SAers that we don't know are SAers.
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so therefore we should put every American man in jail because 92% of violent crimes are committed by men. And if we don't put every American man in jail, then we're going to have American men on the streets that are SAers that nobody knows are SAers.
No, why would
Oh
you say
wait, but I
92%?
thought you
I'm
said
saying all the.
I thought that you said it's better to lock up 100 people with one of them being guilty compared to allowing 100 people to roam free even if one is guilty.
But only the illegal immigrants of that
Oh,
portion.
it's only okay to like violate the human rights of 99 innocent people if the 99 innocent people are undocumented immigrants. But if they're citizens, then
Yes,
all of a sudden the
because
logic
yes,
changes.
because they violated because they
Bruh.
came in illegally. They came in illegally, so yes.
Oh, but guess what? If we deport every undocumented immigrant in America, we'll actually have more crime in America since a lot of crime is consequential of poverty. And following a mass deportation, we'll have more poverty due to the economic
Okay, you
destabilizing
just
effects
lost your
of.
argument. You just lost your argument because why would we have more poverty? That's just a hypothetical.
I was actually explaining it, and then you interrupted me in the middle of my sentence. You
Okay,
impatient man-child.
Explain to everyone why it's better to have no mass deportation and just go ahead.
No, continue. What specifically do you want me to explain? I feel like you don't even have a grasp on like the general trend of dialogue in this discussion. So you are actually, I feel like you failed to actually specifically describe what I should be explaining right now for the conversation to track. What do you want me to explain?
Okay, think about it like this. Mass deportation is correct.
No. Stop. What do you want me to explain? Remember, I was in the middle of explaining something. What was I in the middle of explaining that you want me to explain?
Okay. I'm not going to call you names because that's just dumb. But the reason I interrupted you is because you said that poverty is going to happen if we mass deport, right?
Yes. Rates of poverty will go up. That is true.
And what is that based on?
That is based on the fact that today in the American labor force, there are 8.3 million workers that are undocumented and 11 million consumers that are undocumented. And per the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants input a total of $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion into the American GDP per year, right? While also paying $100 billion in taxes per year on the federal, state, and local level, according to the IRS. Okay? So when you remove the 8.3 million workers, when you remove the 11 million consumers, when our GDP drastically drops by trillions and our government revenue goes down by billions, hundreds of billions, by the way, the outcome of that will be a destabilized economy that is functioning at a lower level of productivity, right? And with a more destabilized economy that is functioning at a lower level of productivity, we would naturally expect higher levels of poverty, as the average American would be worse off.
Okay, I hear your point, and you're telling me that you're basically saying that illegal immigrants is a good thing to have in America. That's what you're saying, yes?
Yeah, actually I am. And that's why I support mass amnesty, offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, given that they don't have prior violent criminal offenses, pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses, or pretty insane outstanding warrants from other countries.
Okay, so you're telling me that all the people, they should go and fill out that paperwork. You know how it takes hours to get to become years sometimes to become a legal immigrant, right?
Well, that's why I think that mass amnesty isn't just a word. It's a policy-oriented solution to offer an expedited pathway to residency or citizenship, while also fixing said pathways to residency and citizenship in the process, moving it from taking 10 to 15 years to maybe 3 to 5 months max.
Okay, so that's kind of a dream. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. Okay, but
well, it's impossible if we continue to have Americans thinking like you do, which is why I do these live streams.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but hey, think about all those illegal immigrants that came after the ones that are trying to get in legally. Are they just supposed to forget about those that are trying to get in legally and start doing this mass amnesty thing?
Well, that expedited pathway of residency or citizenship wouldn't just be offered to the undocumented immigrants in this country. It would also be offered to legal immigrants seeking the legal means of entry, right? And you continue to ask me these questions to kind of pivot away and deflect from the original proposition. That is, mass deportation would cause more crime by increasing poverty. You told me that that was stupid to think. And you asked for my explanation and posited that I lost the argument because I wouldn't have one. I did, right? So do you want to respond to my argument that I gave to you to demonstrate how mass deportation would cause more crime and poverty in this country?
Yeah, so I think that because there's so many illegal immigrants that you can't avoid mass deportation because of those illegal immigrants. There's just too many that are cartel based.
Okay, so you just tried to say that mass deportation was inevitable. That actually didn't respond to my argument, demonstrating how mass deportation would increase poverty, thereby increasing crime. Do you want to respond to that?
Okay, so you're saying that we can't do mass deportation because of all the poverty that will come, right?
I'm saying that mass deportation would cause more poverty and thereby more crime. And I gave you an
Yes.
argument
Okay,
for
so
that. That's what you called stupid, and that's what you said I couldn't have an argument for. I gave you one. Will you please respond to that argument?
Sure. So I mean, you said that it'll cause poverty and you gave me a clear reason why. Okay, you're right. That could be a possible reason of poverty. Should we pivot back to the main problem?
No, I'm going to move on to my next guest now. One thing I do want to say before I move on is remember when you came up here saying that Kamala Harris would be a really bad leader that no one should support because she's bad at debating?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to move on to my next guest now, but I guess the sentiment I'd like you to walk away with is maybe reflect on your own skills in leadership because you've proven yourself to be a very bad debater.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not the best debater. I wanted to share my points though.
Do you think that that means that you're a bad leader?
I would say I wouldn't run for president right now unless I got my debating skills up, yeah.
I said leader, not president, bad leader.
No, I'm a good leader. I was always the leader in my groups at school and stuff. And I'm in finance right now, I'm manager.
Yeah, so, okay. I guess we ended the debate on another contradiction because your original claim was if you're bad at debating, then you're a bad leader. Now you're saying you could be bad at debating and a good leader, but we'll leave it there. Have a good rest of your day, man. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right. We got the next guest loading up into the stream right now. All right. We got Evan connecting to the stream. Here we go. As well as AJ. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, AJ, as well as Laura with the $10 as well. Laura didn't leave a message, only the love. That is very kind of you. As well as Bryn, thank you for the 10 cents on Venmo. And Jay, holy shit, thank you so much for the $125 donation on Venmo. Jay, dude, you've shown so much love to me and Parker. That is so incredibly generous of you. I do not deserve that much money. Jay with a $125 donation says, when your heart, Dean, fills with joy when somebody walks away with a changed mind and heart, your own heart as well as open to receive whatever love and gratitude people feel you deserve in kind for the work you do. Love always, dude.
Rest me, daddy.
Listen, I'm just going to ignore that. Get a job. Back to you, Jay. I really appreciate you for your very kindly worded message and all of the kindness that you've demonstrated to me and Parker over the ages. Thank you, Jay. Seriously. If you guys could please show some love to Jay down below in that comment section, it would mean the world to me. Dude, what are we doing? Okay. As well as Isaac. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I actually really want to be able to read Isaac's message out loud here. So Isaac with the $25 says, voted for Trump in 2020 and in 2024. Your podcast broke me out of the propaganda delusion. Keep up the good work, man. Isaac, you are why I do what I do, and I love you to death. Good job. I'm going to leave it there. Good job, Isaac. Thank you for the $25. What's up? Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds. And they're gone. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Who will it be? We got Ash loading up in the box. Fantastic. While we get Ash up here, Richard, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. And Richard, I'll check that out. I need to check that out first. But thank you for the $10, Richard. As well as Kristen, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Kristen says, thank you for restoring my belief that there are still intelligent people in this country. You're truly one of the good ones, Dean. I appreciate you. Thank you for the love, Kristen. Show some love to Kristen. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Kristen W's. As well as Michael, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate you all for the love. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, Ash is like literally sleeping. Good night, Ash. Let's get the next guest up here. We got OG connecting in. All right, here we go. Here we go. Quite frankly. All right. What is up, Ozzy? Do you support Trump as president? Hello?
Hello?
Do you support Trump as president?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Yeah. What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
December.
Should I believe you?
Why wouldn't you?
Just the way that you said 18 was very hesitant. Whatever. We'll hop into the debate. Let me thank a couple people before we do, though. Katrina, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Katrina. Let's show some love to Katrina in that chat. They say, pennies for your patience because, oh my God, today is so bad. Well, I don't know why. I've been enjoying today more than most days because like the dialogues have been longer, but they have been like super insufferable. Thank you so much for the love, Katrina. As well as Estelle, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate that. Brandon with a 6. Hadley with a 5. Thank you so much. R, thank you so much for the $10 saying here's the $10 to bring back the mullet era. I actually probably am going to get the mullet back here soon. You just got to wait. Trust. And then Josh with a 5 and Carr with a 2. Appreciate you guys. Okay. All right. By the way, guys, he would be 18 if he was born in December of 2006. But anyways, tell us, why do you support Trump?
I think that he's like the sexiest guy I've ever laid my eyes on.
Let's just go ahead and 1 second.
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, don't worry. I'm here.
That's why I support Trump, because he's sexy.
Just give me a second. I'm just going to pull up the thumbnail from my... You think he's sexy?
Yeah. I think he looks great.
He looks so great. No, so totally. Banned. Moving on to the next. Guys, hop in that queue of you support Trump. Okay. All right. We got Freeway. What is this person's name, bro? What is this person's name, dude? What a crazy name. Frequent Farters loaded into the live. Marin, thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Marin. Marin with the $50 says, you and Parker give me hope that there are still compassionate, intelligent, safe men out there. Thank you for all that you do. Marin, thank you for your kind words. Thank you for the $50 donation. That is so much money. Seriously, like I just want to say thank you to everyone so much for all the love and support. And to please show some love to Marin down below in that comment section, not just for the $50 donation, but also for the kind message. Thank you, Marin. That is Marin. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I'm here to learn, actually. I'm just going to tell you I'm not 18. I don't know if I can keep on doing.
Unfortunately, if you're underage, you can't be on TikTok Live. Plus, we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. So let's get that next guest up here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Age?
18.
What year were you born in?
07.
What month?
September.
You don't usually forget the month you were born in. Goodbye. Moving on to our next guest. Here we go, folks. We got Ethan connecting. Hey, Ethan. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, how's it going?
It's going all right, Ethan. Have we spoken before? You sound familiar.
No.
No? Okay. How old are you?
20.
20? Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump is the shittiest president of your 20 years of life. I'm sorry that you support him.
Okay. So I have a question. So I'm in the military, and I just have a quick question for you. So I was wondering, hold on, let me think how to word this so I don't sound dumb, you know. So me and my wife, right? Do you think it's fair that we're gonna have to pay our rent and buy our groceries off of loans because the Democrats decided to shut down the government?
How did the Dems shut down the government?
Because they wanted to give millions of dollars to other countries and illegal aliens, and they couldn't decide to put the American people first. So we shut that down, and I just was wondering where you stand on that.
Okay. Can you point me towards like a single like Republican representative in either the House or the Senate that has said that the Dems shut down the government because they wanted to give millions of dollars to other countries? Because that kind of just sounds like something you made up on the spot.
No, I didn't make it up on the spot.
So who have you seen say that?
I heard JD Vance, our phenomenal vice president, say that.
Okay, and like, what money did they want to give to what country that they like caused the shutdown?
Bro, I don't know.
You don't know? Can you like even show me where JD Vance said this? Like I've seen the undocumented immigrants part. Nothing about wanting to send money to other countries. I'm not even sure that the annual budget bills does that. So like this annual budget bill funds our government, our agencies, our services, right? But meanwhile, like foreign policy and funding for other countries, that's passed through like monthly or quarterly appropriation bills, not through the annual funding bill for the American government.
Okay.
So that's not the reason the Dems shut the government down. So what was?
That's just what I was understanding. So I was just coming to ask about that.
Okay. And then you said your other reason was they wanted to give money to undocumented immigrants?
It was that, and then it was like just like weird amounts of money for like weird things.
Let me ask you this. Do you know what the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act is?
No.
So that was a piece of legislation passed in 1996 that established restrictions on welfare eligibility based on immigration status, meaning that right now social safety nets in this country are only legal to be given to citizens and legal residents on the federal level. So no, the Democrats didn't want to include funding for undocumented immigrants within the federal funding bill, as that is illegal for like many reasons.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's not true. And then what actually caused the shutdown, and I will tell you, would be the Republicans, right? So first and foremost, who controls the White House?
The Republicans.
Who controls the Senate?
The Republicans.
Who controls
also.
the House of Representatives?
The Republicans.
And who
also.
controls the Supreme Court?
I don't know.
The Republicans, 6-3 conservative majority. It kind of seems like a failure of governance if you control every single chamber of Congress, the White House, and the Supreme Court, but then when the government shuts down, you blame it on the Democrats, right? And I have another question. When was the last shutdown?
Wasn't it in like 2013?
No, it was actually in 2018. What about the one before that? Under Trump's in his first term.
2013. Wait, what?
So the last shutdown was in 2018 under Trump's first term. What about the one before that?
2013?
2017 under Trump's first term. What about the one before that?
Bro, I don't know. You obviously see like I don't know.
Early 2017 under Donald Trump's first term. So the last 3 government shutdowns have been under Donald Trump in his first term. The most recent one is under Donald Trump in his second term. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and MAGA controls every single branch of government, and somehow they're still trying to find a way to blame it on the Dems.
Okay. Well, that was my only question, so that's it. I'm good.
Well, now that we've cleared that one up, are you going to blame MAGA and Trump for causing you to have to get loans out to buy your groceries because you're not getting paid right now?
Well, I don't know because I'm not like a very educated person on this. I was just like curious, and so I guess I'm gonna have to figure it out and see what's the truth. But yeah.
All right. Well, you have a good one, Ethan.
Thanks.
We're going to move on to the next guest. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. In fact, I even have it right over my head right now, quite frankly. I really appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. You guys have been all very, very kind. Like Matthew, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love. Please show some love to Matthew down below. Thank you so much. As well as Lion of God with the $10 on Venmo says like 25 fucking billion for Argentina and not towards helping Americans. Oh yeah, like how Donald Trump sent $20 billion to Argentina to help stimulate their economy. Is that the money for the other countries? Good point, Lion. As well as Beth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Beth with the $20 says just a Gen X mom who admires the awesome work you do. Thank you, Beth. That is very kind of you. Shout out to Beth. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Shella?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do I pronounce your name?
Sheila.
Sheila. Okay, my apologies, Sheila. So why do you support Trump?
Because I feel like he's the best president so far for America and the work he has been doing. And he's also a full Christian.
No, he's actually not a Christian at all. I could prove it.
He is. He
No,
is. I mean,
no, he's not.
that's why most Christians support him.
No, he's not a Christian. Do you know what James 2:24 says?
No.
Faith without works is dead, right? So in order to be a Christian, you don't just need to have faith that Jesus is God. You also need to do the works. What works, may you ask? Typically, Christian denominations will agree on one fundamental work that you must do in order to maintain a relationship with God and be Christian. That work would be repentance for your sins. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I do agree, but also he has been preaching about Christianity
Don't worry, we'll
since
get around to
day
that.
one he got into the office, and he has also.
We'll get around to that. We'll get around to that. You just agreed, though, that you need to repent to God for your sins in order to be a Christian. He said he's never
Yes.
asked God for forgiveness for any of his sins in his life, meaning he's not a Christian. Slam dunk.
When did he say that?
2018 at a concert, at an expo that he was sitting down on the panel at. The moderator of the panel had asked him if he ever asked God for forgiveness for any of his sins ever in his life, and he said no.
But that doesn't make him a bad person. It's his own belief. But I still believe that he is pushing out for Christian, for more people to know God, and that's good.
Well, let me
clarify.
Let me clarify. It makes him not Christian.
Who are you to judge? I mean, you cannot tell if he's a Christian or not. I feel like
we can. Because of James
as a president
2:24,
pushing
because of the
people
scripture.
towards Christ is also a good thing.
Wait, you just asked me who am I to judge that he's not Christian. I'm not anyone to judge that he's not Christian. But James is, more specifically James 2:24 when he says that faith without works is dead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? I just told you that I'm not anyone to judge who is and isn't Christian. But the scripture of the Christian Bible is an authority of the church. And the scripture says that faith without works is dead, and that necessary work is repentance for your sins. So he's not a Christian.
I want to ask you. So far,
no, don't ask me anything.
The only president.
Don't ask. No, stop it. Don't ask me anything. I agree or disagree. Because he says that he's never asked God for forgiveness for any of his sins in his life, and a necessary work in order to be a Christian would be repentance for one's sins. Therefore, Donald Trump is not a Christian, right?
Him and God.
It is between him and God to ask for forgiveness for sins, but he's the one that consented to sharing that personal information publicly when he said that he's never asked for God for forgiveness for anything in his life.
I believe everyone makes mistakes.
Stop. You're moving off topic. What are you doing? Okay? A simple argument. In order to be Christian, you must repent for your sins. Donald Trump says it's not something that he does, therefore he's not Christian.
He said he's not asked for forgiveness of sin.
Right.
That doesn't make him a bad person.
Oh my God!
Right?
You keep on bringing in new terms. We're not saying bad person. We're not saying mistake. We're saying not a Christian. It makes him not a Christian, right?
No, it doesn't.
So you're telling me that you could be Christian without repenting for your sins. So then what did James mean when he said faith without works is dead?
I feel as though that's personal to everyone, right? What I'm trying to say is that as a president...
No, it's not personal to everyone, okay? You have to be able to give an interpretation of Scripture, okay? Interpretation of Scripture can't just be personal to everyone, and in that circumstance, then the Scripture doesn't matter, because I could personally interpret Jesus to not be God and Satan to be God the Father's right-hand man, right? I could interpret, drinking 50 bottles of rum to be the greatest service that you could do to our Lord and Savior. Not everything is just personal and subjective about the interpretation of Scripture. So answer me this. What did James mean when he said faith without works is dead?
Honestly, I can't really argue this, but for me, I know that he's the best president because he's the only person
Okay.
that has been preaching Christianity to people since he got into the office, and there's not been any other president that have done this publicly.
Yeah. I have a question. What time is it? What time is it?
I do not understand that. What do you mean?
Like, what time is it?
It's 12 o'clock.
Okay. There's not an American time zone where it's 12 o'clock, so we're going to go and move on. Hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, folks. We got Angela loading up into the box right now, quite frankly. All right, here we go, folks. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. We'll happily pull you up here. Yo, Angela, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Angela with a 15 big one says Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible during his inauguration for a reason. He knew he'd be struck down. He's not a Christian. Yeah, no, he's not at all. As well as Valerie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Bailey with the $5. Caitlin with the $5. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are very, very kind. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now, quite frankly. Yeah, it did take a while before I asked her for the time, just because I wanted to be able to finish that incredibly compelling argument. Yo, R.I., thank you so much for the $30 donation on PayPal. Thank you for the love, R.I. R.I. says you are fire underneath voters' asses. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, R.I. That is so very kind of you. Thank you for the kind words and the $30 donation. Let's get 300 R.I.Ws as well as 300 Charmaine Ws. Charmaine with the $30 on PayPal says, let's see here. First donation, but I've been tuning in for a bit and grateful for what you're doing. I look forward to listening in every day. Oh, thank you so much, Charmaine. All of the love in the world to you. I'm really happy that you're enjoying the streams, and thank you for the $30. As well as Danielle, thank you for the $10, saying, love what you do, Dean. On your live, you should call the White House and try to debate them. That'd be funny as hell. As well as Brenna, thank you for the $15. Brenna didn't leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much, Brenna. And then one last one here. Estelle, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Estelle. Please show some love to all of our supporters down below in that chat. And what is going on, Eva? Do you support Trump? All right, maybe your name's not even Eva. Ava, what is your name? Oh, wait, whoa. Ava, do you support Trump?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I forgot that I requested. I literally, so sorry. Kick me.
Okay, have a good one. Moving on to Martha. Make sure if you're in that queue, it's because you support Trump. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Hello, hello, hello. Do you support Trump? Hello? Are you here? Nope, not here. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We got Martha loading in. Yo, where are like the crazy MAGA like grandmas at? Where are the crazy MAGA grandpas at? What's up, Martha? Do you support Trump? Martha's not here. What's up, John? Do you support Trump? John, hello. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, in fact.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 25. I can't believe I'm meeting a famous person, bro. Today is so shocking.
Your mic sounds interesting. I mean, I don't know if I'd classify myself as famous.
Well, I have my AirPods in right now. I have my AirPods in.
If you take the AirPods out, I might be able to hear you a little bit better.
Okay.
So,
ooh, bro, this is crazy. You're like Rick Ross.
I don't think I'm like Rick Ross, but you know, whatever. Why do you support Trump?
Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say?
So why do you support Trump?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to come up here.
Okay. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Okay. All right. Who's next? I'm going to take a good look at the queue. I'm going to spend my time here. I'm usually just clicking on random people. This time it's going to be intentional. Who looks like a Trump supporter? Cameron. Is Cameron? I feel like that's a right coded name. I feel like Cameron is a right coded name. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Cameron? Are you MAGA? Nope. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We got that next guest connecting into the stream right now, guys. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to come up here and have a conversation. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. What is up? Do you support Trump? Oh, they're all gone, bruh. All right, it looks like MAGA's gone extinct. We've debated all the Trump supporters there is. None are left. Isaac, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying would love to hear your opinion on the quote-unquote Faith of Donald Trump by Scott Lamb. It, along with other books, propagate the opinions of Trump being a Christian. I mean, I'll check it out. I've never read it. I mean, this is my first time becoming familiar with it, but I'll check it out. As well as Olivia, thank you so much for the $15 donation over at Venmo. I appreciate that, Olivia. Olivia with the 15 big ones says, hey, Dean, I'm currently enrolled in a poli-sci course, and it's filled with many people who have the same views as your guest, so I appreciate you so much for educating so many people, including myself. Listen, Olivia, if conversations ever start in that class, maybe take some of the things that we talk about here on live to them, see what they have to respond. But I appreciate you so much for your kind words. Thank you, Olivia. Show some love to Olivia in that chat while we are still looking to get that next Trump supporter up here. Like, there's just literally like none left, okay? Oh my God. What about Ellie? Ellie has crosses in her name. Maybe that means that she's a Trump supporter. I don't know. What's up, Ellie? Do you support Trump? Okay, moving to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. We got ETH connecting. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, all right. And you said that you support Trump?
Yep.
Sorry to hear that. Why? Why do you support Trump? So I actually can't hear you when you leave the app. So you have to be like on app in order for me to hear you? Seth? He's gone. Bye, Seth. Rose, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal saying, thank you, Dean. You give me hope. Rose, that is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Rose, I'm really happy that you enjoy the streams and that they give you hope. I love hearing that from people, guys. Just knowing that the streams have a positive impact is so meaningful to me. That is like truly what keeps me going, Mac, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
18.
18, what year are you born in?
2007.
And what time is it? And he's gone. Oh, he's back. What time is it?
7:21.
7:21? And what state are you in?
New York.
And what's the capital of New York?
New York.
Nope, it's Albany. You tried. Goodbye, Mac. Moving on to the next guest. Okay, we got Liam Times loading up in the box. Here we go, folks. Okay, why is it so hard to find a Trump supporter? They're just too scared of debating me. I'm actually surprised we haven't run into this issue much today. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Age, please?
45.
Okay, all right. Is there any way that you could mute that TV in the background?
Okay.
Awesome. So, sir, why the hell do you support Trump?
Well, he's a businessman.
A failed businessman.
He ran he ran businesses real good.
He ran businesses real good. Okay. Any other reasons, or is that where you want to start?
Well, basically, that's where I want to start.
Okay. So I actually dispute the prolific nature of his business experience. So, I mean, he filed bankruptcies on 6 different occasions and even somehow bankrupt a casino. Like, who the hell can bankrupt a casino? But even if we accept that he's a really good businessman, I would make the claim that he hasn't, demonstrated his business acumen in, any of his economic policy ever. In his first term, the big economic bill was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that only marginally grew our GDP by 0.04% per year while costing our government $2 trillion over the next 10 years. Objectively, that's a bad business decision. And then the economic policies implemented so far in his second term, such as the Big Beautiful Bill, cost trillions of dollars, most expensive bill in American history, while increasing income inequities, taking 10 million people off health care, and 3 million people off of food stamps. Another terrible business decision. Yeah, that's where I stand.
Good points.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, my friend, she's down in Mexico. She wanted me to hear you out, so.
Oh.
And another reason why I voted for him was he wasn't a regular politician. The best president we had before Trump was Ronald Reagan. He was a real good president.
I think that Reagan really like fucked over many generations of Americans with the introduction of trickle down economics, but that's neither here nor there. I would say you're right. He's not a normal politician. He's worse than the normal politician. Normal politicians are kind of shitty. They try to appeal to the masses while kind of like covertly working behind the scenes, intermixed with the people that they speak so bad about on live TV. That's kind of shitty. Donald Trump, on the other hand, doesn't care about the optics of what if he does, and he'll just do bad things even if the optics are terrible, right? Which is like usually something that holds regular politicians back from like bombing the moon, you know, some like egregiously bad actions. You know, like he said it's illegal to criticize him in the media. He's been doing things that are blatantly unconstitutional. He made a promise to release the Epstein file and is now just belligerently lying about them being a Democratic hoax, so on and so forth. Right? Those are all things that people that are worse than typical politicians do.
Yeah, I agree on some of that stuff.
Yeah, well, is there anything else that you want to go over? Is that it?
That's basically all.
Okay. Listen, man, appreciate you for coming up, and I hope they have a good rest of your day.
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah, take care. All right, everyone in the chat is asking for Levi. Who the hell is Levi? Who the hell is Levi, you guys? I'm looking in my queue. I don't see anyone by the name of Levi. No Levi. No Levi. I do apologize, you guys. If you pointed them out to me, I'll happily bring them up, though. If you point them out, I'll happily bring them up. Moving on to the next guest. Let's get Michaela up here. In the meantime, let's see here. Young C, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Super chat. Saying Matthew 7:16-20, you will know them by their fruits. Trump doesn't bear any fruit. That's how we're supposed to judge. That last lady seems to know nothing about the Christian doctrine. A lot of Christians don't know anything about the Christian doctrine. What's up, Michaela? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, awesome, Michaela. Before we hop into a debate, let me thank a couple people. Morgan, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. Morgan with a 20 big ones says, literally listen to your videos while I get ready to remind yourself that there's still smart men left. I appreciate you so much for the kind sentiment, Morgan. And thank you for the $20 as well. Show some love to Morgan down below in the chat. One thing that I do want to say here is that I actually hear a lot of people apparently like listening to the debates while they get ready. I've heard that from a lot of people. Thank you for the $20, Morgan. As well as Vanessa, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. As well as Sergio with the 5. Show some love to Vanessa, Sergio, and Morgan. And then one big one here, Yrin. Yrin. That is literally YRIN. Thank you so much for the $75 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, Yrin. So Yrin didn't leave a message with love, only the $75, no message attached. Yrin, if you're watching, you're out there right now, all the love to you. That is so fucking kind. Huge shout out to Yrin down below in that chat while we're hopping into this next debate. Thank you so much, Yrin. Michaela, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. You have my full, undivided attention.
Yeah, so I support him on his DEI stance. I support the deportation of illegal immigrants, and I support his stance on men and women's sports.
I don't know. We've been talking about the deportation a lot recently. Maybe I'll try to hone in on the other two, DEI and women's sports.
Yeah.
Which one should I go with first? Okay, this next question will determine which one I go with first. Do you endorse traditionalism, like the man going out, working, providing, and while the woman stays at home, cooks, cleans, raises the kids?
Yeah, we can go that route.
Is that something you support?
I mean, I can see how it can be difficult for a lower income household to achieve that. But yes, in an ideal world, I think that is the more, I guess, way you would want to live.
Boom. Okay, then we're gonna hinge on your first statement saying that you agree with Trump's DEI stance, and you'll see why. Tell me, what is Trump's DEI stance that you agree with?
Okay, so my understanding is DEI should be based on merit and not the color of somebody's skin. So we shouldn't try to adjust standards just to get a minority group to be in a certain career field.
Okay, well, I mean, if you think that functions of society should be based on merit instead of somebody else's skin, how come you think functions of the family unit should be based on gender compared to merit? In fact, I would argue that the only real world application of this notion of DEI, opting to value somebody's race or gender over their merit or qualifications, the only time that's actually true is within conceptions of traditionalism that tell you, regardless of your qualifications, if you're a man, you should be the one working and providing, and regardless of your qualifications, if you're a woman, you should be staying at home, cooking, cleaning, and raising the kids.
That's just a lifestyle preference. That's not saying you have to do it that way. That's just a couple's lifestyle preference and how they choose to live.
Well, I mean, you said that would be the most optimal lifestyle preference for families.
Yeah, but that's just my
period.
preference. I'm not saying that everybody has to have that preference.
I actually reject that was what you said, because you started off your statement by saying, I understand that it'd be difficult for low-income families, but hopefully at some point in the future, we could get to this optimal like family dynamic, meaning that you weren't just specifically talking about yourself, or else you wouldn't have made an acknowledgement of how difficult this would be for low-income individuals.
Okay, I'll go with your argument then. Yeah, I think society functions better when men are the sole provider and women stay at home.
Right, exactly. See, I don't know why you just didn't come out of the gate swinging with that, given that you already told us that, right? And once again, this is the one and only true application of this contortion of DEI, where you want to value somebody's immutable characteristics of their being, such as gender and the circumstance, over their qualifications of merit, and you say the men should go out and have this job because they're a man.
I think you're trying to connect two things that aren't the same, though.
Yeah, you're literally telling individuals what they should do and what they'd be good at doing based upon their gender compared to their
How is
qualifications
saying somebody
and merit.
should be hired on their merit and if they're best fit for the job and not their skin color? Like, I just don't understand how you're not connecting those dots there and disagreeing
Yeah, I'll make
with
it
that.
clear. Because you just told us that the men should be the ones that are going out and working, meanwhile the women should stay at home, meaning the only individuals that you think should be considered for being hired in your idealistic worldview are men.
Yeah, correct.
Right, exactly. Right? Do we see how that works? So you're saying the barrier for consideration for being hired on a job should
Because
start
if
off
a
with
man is
meeting this
better at a
qualification
job,
of being
then
a
yes,
man
he should
regardless of
get
the
the job.
qualifications? No, it has nothing to do with being better at it and all to do with the fact that they're a man.
No, it has 100% to do with being better at the job.
So do you
what
think
do you
that
mean?
do you think that men are, like, for instance, better at leading than women?
Yeah.
Can I have an argument for that, please?
I think that men are more logical, less emotional. I think that in certain cases, like the police and army, they are better suited physically to do those jobs. I'm saying women, yeah, they can do some jobs better than men, but for the majority of jobs in the workforce, I think men are better at that.
Sure. We're going to go ahead and start off with your first two claims, stating that you believe men are more logical and less emotional than women. I'm going to be very clear when I say this. You are wrong. And here's why. When we, look at IQ scores, women have a higher IQ score on average compared to men. What this means is that they're better at logical functions of thought processing, right? And we see that this is true by observing empirical outcomes in society, such as
Do you
the
think
fact...
that
one
women
moment,
are more emotional than men, though?
No, I disagree with that too. Would you allow me to finish
Okay.
speaking?
That's crazy.
Okay, so should I continue to describe to you why I think that men are less logical than women, or should I restart and tell you why I don't think women are more emotional than men?
I mean, it's a proven fact women are more emotional than men.
Okay,
like,
what's the
that's
proof?
just in our fucking, like, DNA biology.
So what's the proof for this fact?
Because I'm a woman and I know that we're just more emotional.
Okay,
Like,
so you're saying...
have you been around women?
So you're saying that you're a woman, you're emotional, therefore all women are just as emotional as you. So
I
no,
don't
that's
think I'm like
actually
an
not how it works.
outlier in women. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and break this one down. If women are so much more emotional than men, then why do men dominate empirical fields that are obviously indicative of a high level of emotion? Like, for instance, If women are more emotional than men, then how come 92% of violent crimes are committed by men when violent crimes are necessarily an emotional response to external stimuli? And if you want to say it's because they're physically stronger, this would also include violent crimes that don't necessitate physical strength, such as cyberbullying with threats of violence, arson, or fire gun related violent crimes. If women are more emotional than men, then how come men are more prone to other emotionally dictated actions, such as drunk driving, such as gambling, such as reckless driving? If women are more emotional than men, then how come women outperform men in fields or in which are indicative of lower levels of emotion, such as performance in school at all levels, or even in some STEM-related fields, such as surgery? The American Medical Association, in conjunct with the Journal of the American Medical Association, did a study on 1.5 million worldwide patients, and they determined that if you're operated on by a female compared to a male, then it is the case that you're less likely to experience negative post-operative outcomes and death. Why might we expect this? It's because biologically speaking, women are actually designed to deal and handle stress better than men. They have thicker spines on their dendrites in their neuroanatomy, right? And neuro studies and doctors have perpetually reconcluded that they have these thicker spines on their dendrites because of evolution designing them to possess the capability to give birth, and they need to be able to deal with higher levels of pain and higher levels of stress during childbirth. So evolution gave them that edge, right? And the empirical outcome of this is better performance under stress and dealing and coping with one's emotion. So just to kind of recap everything that we've just said, if women were more emotional than men, we wouldn't expect men to commit 92% of violent crimes. We wouldn't expect men to be more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism, but they are. We wouldn't expect men to be more prone to drunk driving or reckless driving, but they are. We wouldn't expect men to be more prone to self-unaliving, but 75% of suicides are committed by men, so on and so forth.
Yeah, so I think that, men do a better job in jobs that have like a physical aspect to them, like the oil fields, again, army, military, anything like that. As far as like being able to handle stress better, I have heard this study, I have heard this argument before. And, I get it with the childbirthing stuff. I would like to read more into that, but I'm going to stand firm with my belief that I just think men belong to be in the workforce. And as a woman, like, I'd rather be at home. I think that modern day feminism has really killed our society.
Okay, so you just said, as a woman, I'd rather be at home. As a man, I'd rather be at home too, right? I don't think that an instinctive yearning from yourself to be at home is indicative of women having some like prescriptive purpose of being at home. I think it's indicative of maybe you being a little lazy, right? Like myself, I'm also lazy. That's why I want to be at home. But anyways,
I'm not lazy.
now
I
I'm going to go.
work,
Now I'm going to
but
go ahead
ideally, I
and
would be at
now
home.
I'm going to go ahead and respond to the other thing. So I gave you like a full breakdown and like reduction on how it's unequivocally false that women are more emotional than men by giving you studies, biologically speaking, about how they have
Well, and
thicker
I think that some of the
dendritic
argument
spine
that you made about
densities,
men,
right?
like
Which evolution designed in them to be less emotional, did deal and manage stress better. And then we also went over all of those other empirical outcomes. You absolutely just ignored them all and then told me, well, men are physically stronger in average compared to
Well,
women,
and I
which
think
could
a
serve
lot
as
of
a
that has to
helping
do with
hand
men
within
killing
certain
more
like
people is the
workforces.
testosterone
However,
that
it
they
is the case, right, that physical strength doesn't make you less emotional. In fact, some of the physically strongest people I know are the most emotional. So here's where we're at. We're at a point where you are just re-suggesting that women are more emotional than men. You have no evidence, no reason, no argument whatsoever. But then when I give you all the evidence, all the arguments, and all the reason in the world to believe that you're wrong, you brush it off. What that tells me is that this runs deeper than fact. This runs deeper than logic. This runs deeper than reason, and runs straight into biases that you likely picked up at some point in your youth that you treat as fact. And I'm going to be honest, it's embarrassing. I invited you to unmute.
Okay, so I was trying to respond to your argument that men commit all the murder. Well, I think that has a lot to do with testosterone. I do think women are more of thinkers. Like, I do think we think about a lot more and we get more into an emotional level. So that could be a reason why men kill more. To be honest, I haven't done a lot of research on why men kill more. So I don't have a good argument for you on that.
Well, you're actually not giving an argument that men are less emotional. You're just describing potential reasons why they're actually more emotional.
I'm saying men are less emotional just because of the studies that I have, or I guess, you've debated with
Actually,
Charlie
let
before.
me just ask
He
you
gave
this
you
question.
that same argument.
Let me just ask you this question. Is violent crime emotional?
It can be, but it can also not be.
Okay. So in what circumstances is violent crime logical?
Well, I don't think violent crime is right at all, first of all. But
So if it's not
like a
logical, then it's
premeditated
emotional.
murder, I think would be different than like oh, I'm super mad at this person, now I'm gonna kill him. You know what I mean? Like something that's planned versus that.
But premeditated murder, is that going to be based off of like some like line of like logical thinking, or is that going to be like deeper rooted within some subliminal like emotional response?
I mean, it's probably deeper rooted. But I think it's different than like a spontaneous murder. I don't know. I've never murdered. I couldn't
How about
tell
this?
you.
Can we agree for the most part that violent crime is emotional?
I would say for the majority, yes, but I think sometimes
Okay.
no, if it's like
for
a
the most part,
business thing. You know what I mean?
if for the most part violent crime is emotional, then why do men commit 92% of violent crime given they're less emotional?
Again, I think it's a testosterone-driven thing.
That's not a counter
I
argument.
just
That's
think
an
women are
explanation.
like less capable of killing. Maybe I don't. Like that's a tough one because I never really put myself in like the brain of a murderer. Like you're asking me to
Are
do
you saying
something
that
that I
maybe?
just can't.
Are you saying that maybe like women are less capable of violent crime than men because they're more
I just think we're
likely to
more
engage?
gentle in nature.
Because they're more likely to engage in reasonable, non-emotional thought processes.
I think women have a lot more empathy, and yeah, we wouldn't kill because we're just not like, you know what I mean? Like we are more emotional like that. So I think to kill is just.
Oh wait, so you just said
less
that
of
women
a-
are more empathetic than men, so they're better at like placing themselves in the shoes of others and seeing the world from their perspective. Isn't that what a
I
leader
would
is
agree with
supposed
you
to
on
do?
that. I'm sorry.
Isn't that a good quality of leadership?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
Okay, so you just like we just summed up this argument about you attempting to convince me that men are better at leading than women by
I
concluding
still think men
that
are a
women
stronger
possess
leader
good
though, just
qualities
because of the
of
way they're
leadership.
perceived. Though I think women are taken less seriously.
Oh, okay. So would you say that because there's anti-black racism in America and on the global stage, that white individuals are better at leading than black individuals because of perceptions through said racism?
I never said that. I think that black individuals can be just as good at leading.
Okay, even though there does exist societal stigmas and negative perceptions surrounding black individuals in positions of power and leadership, right? And
I didn't say that.
that's a fact, right?
We had a black president, Obama. What do you mean?
Okay. Yeah, we did have a black president. Obama was our president. This doesn't change the fact that these stigmas exist.
I mean, I personally don't see the stigmas. Like what?
So
what
then
are the
why are
stigmas?
95% of Fortune 500 CEOs white?
That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Your
I
two
would
options are to
assume.
be a racist or to say that racial stigmas exist, leading to a
I don't think those are
disproportionate
the
amount
only
of
two
leaders that are white.
options.
I know it is. Like you either have to say that white people are better at leading than black people, or black people have been systemically disadvantaged to exist in positions of leadership.
I don't think they
What's
have
the
the
third
same
option?
opportunities as everybody else, though.
So then
How are they?
so then how do you explain like a disproportionate amount of white individuals in like all leadership positions in this country, right? I find there to be two possible explanations. White people are better at leading than black people, and black people have been systemically limited from having those positions. Obviously, the idea that white people are better at leading than black people is fucking false. Meaning
that's
that
crazy.
meaning that the only thing that we're left with is the notion that there are systemic limiters on black individuals, preventing them
Well,
from
what
having
are the
as much
systemic?
access to positions of power as white individuals. And if you reject that too, what is your explanation for the notion that there's significantly more white individuals in positions of power, disproportionate when compared to black individuals?
I mean, I think there are less black people in our country, correct?
Yeah, but I said
Like, what is
disproportionate
the?
accounting for population.
So what is the ratio if you compare how many Black people are in the country compared to white people? Then how does that compare to how many are in positions of leadership?
Like, for instance, Fortune 500 companies, 5% of Fortune 500 CEOs are black. Meanwhile, 14% of Americans are black, meaning that they're disproportionately underrepresented within CEO positions of Fortune 500 companies.
I'm so sorry. Say that one more time. I'm just trying to like wrap my head.
5% of Fortune 500 CEOs are black. 14% of the American population is black, meaning they're underrepresented proportionately speaking to their
By like
population
9.
in
Okay.
those
I
CEO
see what you're
positions,
saying.
right? So what
Okay.
causes that?
Well, I couldn't tell you what causes that.
Right. It's that they have less opportunity to be in those positions to begin with.
But how do they have less opportunity when there's nothing holding them back from, like, they
There
have all
is.
the same rights.
So I would say what would cause there to be less opportunity for black individuals to be in positions of power, including CEO positions of Fortune 500 companies, would be lower socioeconomic standards caused by slavery and its aftermath and systemic racism today, and B, like social pressures and social stigmas surrounding black individuals in those positions.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. I don't have a good debate for you on this one. I do agree that I think that they do have a harder time just because of that, systemic racism. I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Right.
but I still think they have all the same opportunities, and maybe they do have to work a little bit harder to get out of being in those shitty situations.
Right,
And
which means that they have less overall opportunity, right? That's just how we use the word opportunity. Definitionally speaking, it would follow via the existence of systemic racism and your acceptance of those facts, right? Which would lead to the conclusion, right, that because of systemic racism, individuals are more likely to criticize a black individual in a position of leadership compared to a white individual. And your last argument for why men are better at leading than women had to do with those same optical perceptions of women in positions of leadership compared to men. So if you'd say because they're more likely to criticize women in these positions, therefore women are worse at leading, would you therefore also say that because society is more likely to criticize black individuals in these positions, that therefore black individuals are worse at leading?
I mean, I was a Democrat 3 years ago. I thought Obama did great, so I don't.
So you want it, right? Right, and I agree. You shouldn't yield that conclusion from the fact that they're more likely to be criticized. So why should you yield that conclusion? Because of the fact that women are more likely to be criticized.
I guess I'm just like a realist on like because I'm a realist on how society thinks. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to change the game. I'm just trying to understand it.
Well, I mean, I just pointed out a contradiction because you're using this basis of like this disposition of society to be misogynistic to yield that conclusion that therefore women are worse at leading, but you're not using a similar disposition of society to be racist to yield the conclusion that therefore black people are worse at leading. Right? And I find that to be
No, I'm not
contradictory.
saying black people
right?
are worse at leading.
Right, exactly. I'm happy you're not. But you just therefore also shouldn't say that because of this reason, women are worse at leading. In neither scenario should we use one society's disposition to be misogynistic or racist to yield the conclusions that therefore women are worse at leading or BIPOC individuals are worse at leading.
I mean, I think that women can lead. Like, I'm not saying that they're like it's a be all end all to that argument. I think there are some women who are super strong and could absolutely lead. I just think that, overall, I think women would be a lot happier and society would function a lot better if more women would just stay at home and more men to go to work and be like that provider role. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Why do you think society would be happier? I mean, last time we tried that, women ended up just like fucking dosing themselves with Quaaludes because of how fucking depressed they were because of the way that society treated them. Right? Are you sure you want to try that again?
I don't exactly think that that's exactly how it went down, but there was a lot of crazy stuff happening in that time. They were also giving women lobotomies, so.
Right. So why would we possibly want to go back to that?
But I would argue that more people are on depressants now than they were back then.
Right, and those antidepressants actually save lives. Maybe that's why 75% of suicides are committed by men. Meanwhile, a minority are committed by women, considering the fact that women are more likely to go to therapy. seek professional help, including in some circumstances antidepressants.
Yeah, I mean, I was on antidepressants for a long time, and I don't like any of that. I think that it's horrible for you. I think that there should be an alternative to antidepressants. I think they really mess up people. You know what I mean?
So psychologists and doctors have seemingly come to an understanding consensus that it is best to try to do like first lifestyle changes, so on and so forth, before getting on antidepressants. However, right, inevitably, right, if your options are limited, then it is a good idea to get on antidepressants, as antidepressants save lives in those scenarios.
I mean, I think that they
And
can. I think a
and
lot
I'm
of
pretty
people
sure that's
are
just
like being
the.
overdiagnosed with it, though.
Okay, well, are you a medical health professional?
No, I'm not.
So
This
then
is
how do
just
you
my
possibly know
personal
that?
opinion. Because I can have a personal opinion about it.
Yeah, but just because you have an opinion doesn't mean it's a right opinion.
No, I'm not saying it is. It's just my opinion, though.
Okay, so wait, are you okay with like believing in things that are false?
I mean, I think that a lot of people have opinions that maybe other people think are false, but
Okay, and a lot of people also drunk drive, right? Does that mean you should drunk drive too?
oh no.
Right, so just because other people
But
have opinions
people
that are false
do.
doesn't mean that you should strive to also have false opinions.
No, I don't strive to have false opinions, but just in my own personal experience, I think that people can get misdiagnosed, like, and I don't think that that's like a crazy thing to say.
I just like fail to see, right, like any like reasonable facts that you like know that you could share with me
Yeah,
to
okay.
yield a
Well, because
conclusion
I was
of like
diagnosed at a very young age.
a vast rate of overdiagnosis.
Well, I mean, I was diagnosed pretty quickly, like within 2 therapy appointments, and they put me on an antidepressant. You know what happened to me? I turned into a zombie. It was horrible. And, you know, it just makes you not be yourself. So if it happens to me, I'm assuming that it would happen to a lot of other people just on how quickly it happened to me. So, and I don't think that that's like a crazy conclusion to draw.
I think that we're getting off topic because we were supposed to be debating why
I
you
agree.
think women should stay at home
Yeah,
and men should go
I
to
agree.
work. So why do you think we should endorse a traditional structure such as this? So, like society, like
I mean, you
for
don't have to
society-wide?
endorse it. Like I said, it's all on your personal preference. And I think if enough people also back that personal preference, then that's the majority. So
Yeah,
but
but
people, like I'm all for
you're
people doing
equivocating.
what they want to do.
Well, you're bouncing between saying that this is just merely your personal preference and saying this is the way that society as a whole should operate. So which one is it? Is this the way that society as a whole should operate, or is this just merely your personal preference?
I mean, you asked me what my personal preference is, but I'm all for people deciding how they want to live, however they want to live.
Okay, all right. So I think that's a concession because earlier you were arguing the opposite, but I'm glad to hear
It's
that
not
you've
a
now.
concession. You asked me what my opinion was, and I gave it.
Well, to start, you gave the opinion that this is the way that society should operate, and now you're giving the opinion that this is just the way that you personally want to operate.
Yeah, but those are one and the same. I'm just one person with my own opinion. I can't like speak
Wait,
for all of things or saying like
the way that
you know,
society as a whole should operate is obviously not identical
I
to the
don't
way
get
that
to
you should
decide. I'm
operate.
just one
What?
person, so take that for what it's worth.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Those are not the same thing whatsoever, right? Like for instance, like I think the way that I should operate is to eat maybe 2 meals a day and get 8 hours of sleep every night. This doesn't mean that I think the way that everyone in society should operate would be identical to that. So just because I think that something is like preferable for myself doesn't mean that I would think that same thing is preferable for everyone.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right. So so once again, that just goes to show that no, what you think is preferable for society is distinct and different from what you think would be preferable for you.
Okay, yeah, but that's what I would think would be preferable to society. But like what I was saying, I'm just one person.
Now you're
and
going
it's
back to
like-
preferable for society. So why do you think this would be preferable for society?
I just think that women make that. Are we still debating? I'm so sorry. Are we still debating the women staying at home and the men working?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's just what I believe. I think that it's a typical Christian kind of point of view. And it's not like a crazy like concept. So
Okay, so you endorse quote unquote Christian things for society?
Christianity, yeah.
Okay, so then why do you support a non-Christian president that is actively eroding and infringing upon Christian values every damn day?
Okay, give me one example.
Just one? Really?
I mean, you can give me a couple if you want.
Okay, yeah. He boasted about sexually exploiting little girls. Is that Christian?
I never heard that.
Oh, well, yeah. And in fact, this actually kind of plays back into something that you were saying when we started our conversation. You said that you didn't like men and women's sports. And you're going to be talking about trans women. I don't think that trans women are men. But we can't have that discussion, unfortunately, because TikTok will ban us. I don't know why they do that to me, but they do.
Oh, yeah,
But a
that's
way that we can talk about it is on a conceptual level. From your perspective, you don't think people who you think are men should be able to go into women's spaces. And I actually want to ask you the question: how would you feel if there was like an older man that like sexually exploited little girls while they were undressed in women-only spaces? What should happen to a man that does that?
Yeah, no, that's crazy. Like, what is the context of what you're saying, though?
Oh, for sure.
Because I know how you debate.
We'll just come up with a hypothetical. We'll come up with a hypothetical. 65-year-old man walks into a woman's dressing room where there's naked women and naked teen girls unconsensually, so he could look at them while they're undressed to take away like sexual pleasure, gratification, so on and so forth. What should happen to that man?
Are you referring to the beauty pageant? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm not referring to Trump. Trump's never done this. I apologize if I made it sound like Trump has, right? He's never done this. So can you answer my question?
Yeah, I don't think that's right.
Or what should happen to a man that does that? Should he like go to jail for a really long time? That's what I would say.
I mean, it's not up to me.
Well, I'm saying if it was, what should happen?
Yeah, there should be some sort of punishment.
Can we agree that they should go to jail for like a really long time, right? Given that we both really care about the safety of children.
Yeah, I think that some sort of punishment should be given.
Can we agree that whatever that punishment is, it might include going to jail for a really long time?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on like what the motive was and like what the intent was. Was it a mistake? Like, I don't.
No, it was intentional. It wasn't a mistake. They intended to go into that space, look at the naked teens and women.
Would be, yeah, I would agree on.
Okay, and like obviously, if we think that a man should go to jail for like a really long time for this, we would like never say that that man should be president, right?
Okay, yeah.
So if Trump did this, you wouldn't support him as president anymore?
Yeah, probably not. No.
We're going to go ahead and roll the clip. Got an ad.
You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah,
I'm joined now by Senator Bernie Sanders. Thanks so much for joining.
Go ahead.
I don't know about that one, Dean, because the way Howard Stern kind of framed it was like everybody was cool with that. He opened up the statement with the girl saying, "Welcome, Mr. President," and opens her vagina. Like,
Oh, yeah, no, Howard Stern is just as disgusting as Trump.
yeah. When was that interview? Like, what year?
Yeah, that was in 2005. So you just heard
We're
Donald
talking
Trump.
20 years ago? Yeah.
Yeah, 20 years ago when he was over 60 years old, older than us both, he admitted to sexually exploiting little girls and talked about it like it was a cool thing.
And I mean, what is the credibility to that? Because, men, they do sometimes tweak some stories, and could we give it a plausibility? He was just trying to sound cool for Howard Stern and be like broing with him? Like, do we have anybody who's like actually coming out and saying like, oh yeah, no, this is terrible? Like,
Have you ever heard anyone else try to just sound cool by lying about being a pedophile?
I think in the context of that interview where Howard Stern was kind of pushing for him to say something like that, yeah.
Okay, give me another example about somebody trying to sound cool by lying about like being a predator.
I'm not saying I could. I'm just saying that if I were to like just try to play on this side, that could be an argument that's made for that.
So if he was just trying to sound cool, then how come we've had multiple contestants at Miss Teen USA come out and say this has happened to them, such as an 18-year-old beauty pageant contestant at Miss Teen USA that came out
At
and
Miss
said that
Teen, this happened 20 years ago. They wouldn't be a teen.
They're not a teen anymore.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But when they're competing, they're an 18-year-old. And they came out and they said that this happened to them and many other individuals there with ages as young as 15 years old. So obviously he wasn't just trying to sound cool, which by the way is like insane to suggest that someone would lie about them like being a predator and sexually exploiting children. Okay, people lie, yes, but people lie in self-benefit. Obviously, lying about being a predator and sexually exploiting children is not in self-benefit. So I think it'd be insane to assume that anyone would ever lie about doing that, right? But just to further discount your position, I find it to be very clear that he wasn't lying, especially in consideration of the fact that we had girls that competed at Miss Teen USA come out and say that this happened to them.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is like, I will say that the one part about any part of Donald Trump's character is the sexual allegations that make me
this isn't an allegation. This is what he admitted to. An allegation would be something that someone else is saying about him. This is what he said about himself.
Okay, well, I'll correct my phrasing. Then this is the part of Donald Trump that I do absolutely despise, and I hate it. When I was Democratic, this was the part that I was just screaming at the top of my lungs that, like, this is super wrong.
Okay, but yeah, remember how, like, 5 minutes ago I asked you if Donald Trump had done this referring to the sexual exploitation of naked teen girls in their dressing rooms? Would you still support him? And you said no.
Then why haven't the courts arrested him and thrown him in jail for a very long time, Dean?
Why do I need to answer that question? Why do I need to answer that question?
If it was like a definite fact, then why isn't he in jail?
Well, you're saying if it's a documented fact, it is. We just heard him admit to it.
Then why isn't he in jail?
I don't know. Go ask like the shitty prosecutors of wherever this happened. Go ask them why they never pursued any charges.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's why a lot of
right?
I think that's why a lot of people just don't believe it.
That's a good question, but it's completely irrelevant to if it occurred or not. You should obviously believe that he did this because he told you he did this. Like, it doesn't get any more simple than that, you spineless MAGA coward with no brain that seeks truth or a better understanding of the reality around you.
I haven't insulted you one time, so I don't appreciate that.
I don't care if you appreciate it or not. I honestly, listen, okay, I'm going to go ahead and count on my fingers how many shits I give that it's, like, disrespectful. Zero. That's a zero,
that's
right?
what happens. You guys just...
I'm going to be honest. I will call you spineless. I will call you a coward for sitting here in the active defense of the proposition that Donald Trump didn't do these things that he admitted to. It is like one of the most cowardice things that anyone in this country can do today. You are perpetually propping up an egomaniacal piece of shit that is probably laughing behind the screens, considering the fact that there's people out there that will listen to a clip like this where he boldface admits to sexually exploiting little girls. He's probably laughing so hard considering the fact that his supporters will hear that and then still deny that he's done it. I mean, that is like seriously one of the most, if not the most idiotic things that people will ever do on my live stream. You will listen to him admit it right to your face. You will hear how there were girls that competed at Miss Teen USA that said this happened to him, and you will still deny it. It is like shame on you. I just don't understand.
I'm saying then shame
why,
on the prosecutors
I don't understand.
and the legal system
I don't
for
understand
not doing it. Like,
why you've willingly opted to be such a shameful, disgusting person.
Oh my goodness, Dean.
I mean what I say. I'm going to be honest. I mean that.
I know you mean that, but I'm saying that if there was enough evidence, then why isn't he in jail, is what I'm saying.
Now listen, I hear your question. Why isn't he in jail? There is about a billion different possible reasons why he was never prosecuted for this. Maybe where it happened, in order for like him to be prosecuted, someone had to file charges, and the people that he did it to never filed charges. Maybe
why
by the
didn't they
time
file charges though? I feel like
why
if
are
I
you
was in that
blaming
position,
them?
then why wouldn't
Why are you blaming them? Why are you hyperfixating on the victims of on the underage victims of sexual exploitations and how they responded to being sexually exploited instead of condemning the fact that they were sexually exploited to begin with?
Oh my goodness.
Why what the fuck? Why is the response of the victims of sexual exploitation relevant at all in a conversation simply requesting your condemnation of their sexual exploitation to begin with?
I just think that it's very convenient that they come out with this information right before he runs for his presidency.
Oh,
and why is it not brought up before?
It's not they, and it didn't come out right before he begun his run for the presidency. He personally said this in 2005. Like, keep in mind what we're talking about. You're like literally like not tracking reality at all. We're not talking about claims made by other people. We're talking about what he admitted to. Like, we're going to listen to it again.
Right? Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
You literally hear Donald Trump say, I would walk backstage and look at them when they had no clothes on and they looked great. And this was a space where there were no men around because it was a woman's only space. And I'd go in there unconsensually and look at them while they were naked. Mike, I appreciate you for the Vikings hammer. And then even at the end of that statement, he said that he gets away with it because he knows that it was bad to unconsensually look at naked women and naked little girls. But he gets away with it because no one holds him accountable. And what is your response to hearing that?
Yeah, it's not great. I will admit it's not great.
So are we still stuck on that page where you deny that he did it at all?
I think after hearing it, he probably did do it.
Okay. So now, after 15 minutes, me trying to give you every compounding reason outside of his direct admission to believe that he did it and calling you a spineless coward for denying that he did it, we finally got you to a point where you now agree that he probably did it. Okay. So now that you agree he did it, and 15 minutes ago you told us that if he did it, then you would no longer support him as president, it's time for a question. Are you a woman of your word? Do you still support him as president?
I will definitely be re-looking at what I think is true. I had no idea about this clip that you just showed me. So it is a little bit alarming that the Republican side just seems to have totally not ever shared that part.
Just like they're not sharing the Epstein files by almost unanimously voting against their release in the House. Yeah,
I think they should release the Epstein files. That's crazy too.
They're quite protective of exploitation.
And further your comment section, it's not that I think it's funny. I just get nervous and I laugh. So.
Okay. All right. Well, just know. I'm going to be very explicit about this. This is directed towards you and anyone else watching this live. If you listen to that and your response is to deny that it happened, even though he admitted to it, you're like a really bad person, right? Right? Because this isn't a game. This is a conversation about the very real world problem of the sexual exploitation of not just children, but of everyone. including children, because he did this to women too. And if your response is to laugh it off, if your response is to ignore it and say it never happened, even though he told you it did, right? You are fundamentally an actor of regressive tendencies, behaviors, ideologies, and beliefs to what society should stand for, what society should condemn, and what society should act on. And I mean that. I do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that I think should be looked into more and just shared more and made more like public, because before you, it's like, I just don't understand why this was so hidden. Like,
Yeah.
I would think that that would have been like from the Democratic running standpoint, like why wouldn't they have just like ran that clip over and over again? You know what I mean?
Well, they tried that before his run against Hillary Clinton, but they just determined that the GOP doesn't care. Anyways, is there anything else you want to go over?
No, I'm good. It has been a pleasure debating with you. You're my first like real debate, so that was pretty cool.
We're gonna move on. All right, everyone. There's a handful of people I gotta thank here. You guys have been showing so much love. I've just been really locked into that conversation because, man, that topic. You know, I'm like really good at maintaining my civility, my patience, but like when it comes to that topic and what her reaction was, I can't do it, and I don't know if I ever will. That like genuinely enrages me. There's just something so specially inhumane about what her original response was to hearing that will forever, like, genuinely enrage me. But let me go ahead and thank a handful of people here. Nikki, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Nikki, Jesus Christ. Let's get 1,000 Nikki W's. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nikki. That is so fucking generous of you. I do not deserve that much money. Nikki with $100 has a message here. She says, as a victim of CSA, thank you so much for standing up for us. I'm 38 and you give me help for the future. Keep up the good work. Listen, Nikki, I'm sorry that you as a victim of CSA had to hear that shit. That's another thought that goes through my head. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry you had to hear that shit. Thank you for the $100, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. Thank you, Nikki. As well as Brittany, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying thank you for speaking up and doing what you do. Thank you so much, Brittany. That is very kind of you. As well as Rory, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Kayla with the $10. Then KK with the $10 as well over on Venmo. I'd also like to thank Gianna, Gracie, and Cooper for the $5 each over on Venmo. And then Mary, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Mary says, hey, this is Cool as Mimi. Not sure why I'm not getting your notifications when you go live. Did I do something wrong on Discord? Okay. Cool as Mimi, I love you. You're like the stream grandma. You have been forever. I stopped posting the notifications in Discord because I found it more advantageous to post them on like some Instagram channel. But Cool as Mimi, I'll personally send you a DM on Discord every time I go live so you have a notification. Just DM me over there. I will. Seriously. You've been here for a couple years, so I got you. As well as Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And yeah, congratulations on your double major in poli-sci and public admin. You're gonna kill it. Shout out to Elizabeth. As well as Sandra, 35 minutes ago. I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. And then, Chelsea, this was 42 minutes ago. I really hope that you're still in here. Thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Jesus, Chelsea. Thank you so much. Chelsea with a $50 says, thank you for continuing to stand up for women in marginalized communities as well as attempting to reintroduce logic to the American people. You've helped me move my centrist husband into liberal territory. Thank you. Bro, oh my God. Oh, that makes me the happiest man alive. Congratulations on being able to move him towards the left. That is phenomenal, Chelsea. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you for your kind message and for the $50. Huge shout out to Chelsea down below in that chat. As well as Caitlin, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. We are all cut up on Venmo. Let's make sure that I'm also all cut up on PayPal. I really appreciate you guys for the love. It has been a while since I read off the donation, so we do have quite a few. Let's see here. I'd also like to thank Abigail. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying that your reaction is justified. Dean, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. As well as, let's see here. Anonymous, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. Anon, send that to me in a DM. Estelle, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal as well. saying thank you so much for what you're doing, Dean. Thank you so much for the love, Estelle. As well as Sienna, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Sienna says, I literally scream at my phone watching your lives the way that common sense just doesn't live in their brain like normal people's insane. Yeah, Sienna, after doing these live for 2 years, I've kind of reduced myself down to the point where I have not much optimism about the nature of humans, but I try to always keep that optimism. It is hard at times, though. I'd also like to thank Felicity. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal, saying thank you for being an educated voice amongst a cackle of chaos. It's comforting. Love from Canada. All the love to Canada. Thank you for your kindness. And then Lydia, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal, saying you are far about your age and knowledge about what is going on in so many fields. I love listening to you. Thank you, Lydia. Huge shout out to Lydia. Thank you so much. There we go. All right. I believe that we're all caught up. Everyone in the chat continues to spam about Levi. Who is this Levi person you guys keep spamming about? Please tell me. And then 3 more people, brand new donations. Kristen, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. I will read your note to myself. And then Kristen again with a different spelling of a different person. Thank you for the $25 as well. Saying been listening a long time. Thank you today for the explicit call out on this girl. We need more of that. Thank you so much, Kristen. As well as Hannah with the $10. And then Chael and Gracie, I both appreciate you both for the 5. All right. Everyone in the chat is telling me Levi 854. Let's go ahead and see if we can find them. And by the way, this is going to be the last donation of the night. I'm like well overdue to get off. We're actually at about 5 hours. And I also really have to use the restroom. So if we can't find them, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream and send you guys on a raid over to Parker. Wait, I feel like I just saw them in the queue. Is that the Levi everyone's talking about? I'm sorry, guys. The queue's just moving so fucking fast. Levi? No, clicked on him, then he went away. All right, give me a second. There's a Levi in the queue. I'm trying to click on him. There he is. There we go. All right, we found Levi. Get him up here. He's loading in, chat. Who the hell is Levi? Okay, it looks like they're not loading in. Imagine they missed their big moment. Yo, Ro, thank you for the $11 over on PayPal. Saying, Dean, as a European, I want to thank you for what you're doing. Thank you so much for the love, Ro. That is very kind of you. And then Jamie with the $10, saying, nice work today. Thank you. And then Daniel, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Saying, Dean, I have sisters and a mother and many cousins, whom are women. Some are victims. You give them a voice. Thank you, brother. Listen, Daniel, I appreciate you so much for the $50. And it sounds like you're a good man. So thank you for being a good man. Thank you for caring about this shit, dude. It means a lot to more individuals than just myself. Thank you for the $50, Daniel. All right, we're gonna allow Levi like another 30 seconds to try to load in. If he doesn't, I'm gonna end and send you guys on a raid over to Parker. Gary, thank you for the $10, saying thank you for everything that you do. Can't wait to move out of this red ass backward state, Tennessee. Denver's on my mind. Gary, Denver's pretty nice, I will say. After living in the area a bit for myself, I ended up not liking it too much, but you know. Just for your consideration. Devin, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then Hannah with the $10 asks, do you think that Republicans' feed is hiding so much of Trump's true character or just straight up denying what they're seeing? I think that a lot of Republicans just genuinely don't care. Like, unfortunately, I think that's what the truth of the matter is. As well as Jamal, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. Julene, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Appreciate your message, Julene. As well as Disgusted Veteran. This came in like an hour ago, but I still want to thank you. Thank you for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Saying, glad to see you're still showing up to fight the good fight. Helping your generation to see beyond their communication bubbles is critical for a healthy future. Fact check everything. Peace and respect to you, sir. Peace and respect to you as well, Disgusted Veteran. It's good to see you again. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Hope everything's been well for you, man. And thank you for the $100. As well as Alex, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Alex, remember, it is not your obligation to take illegal orders from the president if you're in the Navy. And then CJ and Che, I appreciate you both for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Che says that TikTok is taken down and age restricted, everyone is saying. Oh yeah, I guess it did get age restricted. Okay, anyways, so Levi didn't load in, guys. I'm going to go ahead and send you all over on a raid to Mr. Parker. Right now he's fixing his audio issues, and then it'll hopefully be live. Let me go ahead and... Oh, now he's restarting his BC. Dude, okay. Parker will hopefully be on soon. We'll like very briefly find somebody to like fill the air while we're waiting on him to go live. I do gotta say, Parker, if you're listening right now, bruh, you gotta hop on. I'm gonna keep it honest because I gotta use the bathroom pretty bad. If you're not on in like the next 5 minutes, I'm just gonna end. But I want to be able to send you a raid. So, yo, Jocelyn, thank you for the $2 in PayPal. Saying hi, Dean, love you so much. Thank you, Jocelyn. All the love to you as well. All right, folks. What is up, Joseph? Do you support Trump as president? Nope, Joseph is not here. All right. You know what? Actually, we're just going to do Q&A with the chat, folks. Parker's computer is like loading up right now. So he should be on in like the next minute and a half. So feel free to ask away down below in that chat if you have any questions. Okay. All right. Looks like we're all locked in. Listen, here's actually what I want to say to you guys. I really appreciate y'all for showing up and hanging out on these streams. You know, it's kind of crazy, like the impacts that these streams have had. And I think that I really only see the impacts of these streams when I'm like out in public, like meeting people that like enjoy the streams or have had their minds changed. And it's just like so crazy, you know? Like there's a lot of people that I will come across in the public that tune into these streams. And that just makes me so happy to know that there's a lot of people that care about critical thought and upholding good, well-supported belief structures with good reason. I think it's awesome. And ultimately, from my perspective, I think it is this critical thought. It is going to get our country back on track, heading in a positive direction. Roberto, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Roberto with the 15 bucks says, I woke up from my kidney transplant and I'm fully aware of my surroundings now. I'm in recovery now, but it was so nice to catch you on live. Roberto, dude, I'm really happy to hear that the transplant went well. Good for you, bro. I hope that the recovery process isn't too tolling. And happy to hear that it went well. All right, folks. I'm pretty sure that Parker is now live. Let's see. We're waiting. I think that Parker's live. Let's take one last look here. Yep, he is. Okay. Parker's live on @ParkerGotAGF. So for everyone hanging out with us on TikTok, head over to @ParkerGotAGF on TikTok if you want more debates. I'm going to get off for the night. It's almost been 5 hours and I need to go pee. I'm going to be honest. DMI, but I got to head off, do my business. If you're on YouTube and you're still in the mood for debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube and I will see you all tomorrow for some more debates. So peace and love, everyone. See you tomorrow. Head over to Parker's stream. Bye, y'all.